Now, why in the my Audacity? I just realized. Usually I have Audacity in one window, but it moved back for some reason. That was weird. I was like, oh shit, I gotta scramble my things to like figure out if we're going. We are going, by the way. Audio's rolling, and I believe we're streaming.
Yes. Hang on, I have to yell at Loth because I showed we're talking D-Child things over there. We're like, oh my god, I found a site that's neat.
Well, since we just started, while you're doing that, I can talk about. So obviously you are in the Final Fantasies.
Yes.
People can see. You stepped away from your computer for a second just before we got going. I was, debating if we hit, 7 o'clock if I would have to auto start. But while you were gone, I was just people watching, and it's kind of funny because obviously you were at, a hub location where there's important stuff. You can see some of it there.
Mm-hmm.
So you just kind of see in the distance there's just this sea of the white text of names waiting, and occasionally one of them will just walk towards you and then turn into a dude materializes out of the shadows and just runs right by you. It's kind of funny, just sitting and waiting.
Oh no, actually,
obviously there's something important across that bridge where people congregate. Well, I don't know if it's important, but like there's a lot of names clustered at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Just before you got back, a guy teleported like right next to you, and then ran off to do his own business.
Oh no, actually no. People watching is actually pretty fun actually in Final Fantasy, especially in Limsa Lominsa, which is one of the where I am right now. It's one of the main city hubs. Also has a bit of a reputation for being kind of a party area. So usually, like, if you hang out in the main plaza, you can find usually people, like, playing music. Playing music, people, like, talking, all that stuff. People, like, showing off costumes and stuff. So, no, it's actually kind of fun sometimes just to sit and walk around. MMOs have become kind of a microcosm of human society in their own right. I think it's great.
Yeah. And, 14's obviously getting more popular all the time for a variety of reasons.
Variety of reasons, yes.
I distinctly saw a funny meme posted on our Discord about it was a variation on that double check your kid's candy because it might contain edibles. Spoilers, it won't. In case you didn't know, those are expensive.
Yep.
So if you're going to some rich ass neighborhood where they're handing out free, marijuana edibles, then you got a different problem, buddy. But no, they replaced it with what may appear to be candy may actually be what was it like a best-selling game, Final Fantasy 14 or something.
Now free with Heavenward expansion up to level 16.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's great. I love that.
No, it's a meme.
But, all right.
We love this meme.
All right, here we are. I think it's time to properly start the episode, but before I get to the patron read, I think there's only, given what you've titled this episode, there's only one way I can start out, which is to go, smashing.
Listen, Lucky's been busy today, so I really wasn't like, brain activate, nope, can't do it. Only one brain cell.
I mean, that's okay. The thumbnail's probably the laziest one I've done in weeks other than just put the number on. I literally was like, are there transparent cutouts of some keyblades? Cool. All right, before we explain why there are keyblades in the thumbnail, though, I would like to remind everybody this episode of What's Up is brought to you by our patrons, which include Adam Harp, Ahaka Comics, Akazu Architect 10 bucks, G. Carlos, Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Shawnee P, Some Guy Named Bob, and Siderant23. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out. Thank you for support, everybody.
Thank you.
And also remember, if you're a part of our channel membership, you get access to a special once-a-month shout-out button. You can do a special membership-only live chat where you yell about how long you've been a member. And it's very shiny. But all right. Okay. Like he's playing the 14, as he does when there's nothing else going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say it's been necessarily a super busy week, but also don't know how much I got done. But I think the obvious headliner here is that, the memes are dead. It finally happened. Literally the last DLC fighter for Smash Ultimate is, in fact, Sora from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, thank you, Arg.
I hope everyone...
For 11 months, damn.
I hope everyone is happy with their new anime sword fighter.
I mean, I know people make that meme. I think it honestly seems like Sora plays pretty differently than a lot of those anime fighter boys do. Because obviously, it's Mr. Sakurai presents, so Sakurai-san gets on and actually talks about all of it. I don't know a lot about all the huge fucking roster of Smash, but at least from what he said, it sounded kind of interesting. They went with a design. Apparently, two primary design goals. One is that Sora was going to be very simple and easy to pick up and play, which does mean that, I think some of their opportunity for some of the over-the-top bullshit was lost, but if that was their design goal to make him very easy and clean to play, that's good. The other thing is that they wanted to go because of all the, super high jumping and gliding. Sora is very floaty. He is, like, literally one of the lightest characters in the game. So this means he gets batted around pretty easy, but also you have very high jumps, very high recovery, and they focus on giving him a lot of aerial control. Saw some interesting combos there, which is great for me because I'm actually awful at Smash, and I always love those super long recoveries from falling off the stage. I haven't played any Ultimate. I believe you said off mic you haven't either.
Not Ultimate, no. I played God, what was the version before Ultimate? Heck.
Was it just Brawl? Was there a Wii? No, it was their Ultimate was the Wii U one, wasn't it? And then they brought it over? I don't know. The Wii U to Switch was a weird generation. I played the shit out of Brawl. It had Sonic, it had Snake in it. It had a story mode. It was cool. Had some great fucking music selection too. There was a Smash 4. Don't remember it at all. Oh, it was just okay. No wonder I don't remember it. It was just Smash 4, Wii U, or 3DS.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Yeah, I was about to say it was just Super Smash Bros. That's all it was. Because I was like, I have it on my 3DS. I was like, it's like I see it here, but I see no fucking special thing. No, it's just Super Smash Bros. It's a rush.
Yeah, that probably cost them some memory, but that one was obviously not as super cool as Ultimate. Ultimate seems pretty sick. I really hope that maybe they release a like Game of the Year edition with all the fighters on the cart, please. Just because if I wanted to pick it up, I would want all the fighter roster. I would not want to necessarily, I don't mind shilling out the extra money for it all at once, but I would not necessarily want to have to go through and manually pay for it, download all the fighter passes, because they've done a lot. It's a big game. There's a lot of fighters.
Big.
Yeah, but we end up with Sora. Honestly, I think they did pretty okay for what they were going for. I think the only thing that disappoints me is both a guy who occasionally likes Smash Bros. And definitely likes Kingdom Hearts. I do kind of feel a little sad that we're in the year 2021 and we're still slamming so hard on the KH1 nostalgia. It's obviously they do include the other looks from the other games as costumes. You're only 7:47 minutes late. That's 7:4. Anyway, but and I'm glad that they did get the Timeless River, KH2 stand in there. But the move selection and the other character appearances, the stage, and a lot of the music selection is just core Kingdom Hearts 1. I'm not sure if that's a licensing thing. Disney has partial ownership over Sora's character, and I think a lot of the other Kingdom Hearts original characters. You may have noticed that only Disney-owned characters appear at all. I do think they did pretty good with the stage selection, being Hollow Bastion. A lot of people will remember that one.
Oh, yeah.
It also has some very iconic music you can use, which becomes a recurring leitmotif.
Yeah, no. A lot of people were making the joke of just how much money they probably had to drop on getting, just that Mickey Mouse keychain in the trailer.
Yeah. Well, and also, I assume it's not just, money, but also just, appearance, right?
Yeah.
You have to... this is the thing about licensing and brand approachments. You have to approach the brand in a way that they want to... they want to show it. So, who knows? Maybe Disney doesn't want, Donald and Goofy to appear in this mascot fighting game for another company because they don't want to, cause brand confusion. I don't think it would, but, if you're Disney Suits, you got to think about this kind of thing. Is this going to get weird?
I don't know. Well, I definitely know that there are other companies that are definitely leery about this. Actually, fun fact, saw this at some point. There is actually an interview of Yoshi P, creative director for fucking Final Fantasy 14 and 16, who has gone on the record saying, no, I'm not going to do anything with fucking Disney. That's a fucking headache. It's too hard.
Yeah, and I do believe that I honestly I suspect it's probably not a direct cash problem. This is a fucking Nintendo first party title.
Oh yeah.
But what it probably is a micromanagement problem. We've talked about this way long ago when KH3 originally came out. It sounds like Disney heavily micromanaged the brand integration with that. Hence why we were forced to do those dumb Disney theme park integrations. Gee, those really hit after, the year 2020. But they couldn't know. But like also just like heavily leaning into some of the world designs. And some of that like is part of a positive step. Like from what I understand, a lot of the guys at Pixar who were like interacting with like how the team at Square was handling like Monsters Inc. and Toy Story were like really big fans of the game and really hyped to be in there. But that also means they had a lot of notes and they spent a lot of time coming over stuff. It really bogged down the development process. This is probably why Sora is literally the last, even though Sakurai revealed on the stream that, hey, when they did a poll for what guest character would you want, Sora was the #1 choice. Funny about that. I do, by the way, agree with what he said about why they didn't reveal the results of the poll, because that would involve a lot of people yelling at Square and Disney, which would not have bred a positive business relation.
I mean, shoot, not even revealing when people are still yelling. Like,
they want a Doom guy, but that's just like, I don't think that was ever actually going to happen. Like, I know there's the meme because of the Doom and the Animal Crossing thing. This is brand identity the other way. I don't know if Nintendo wants like Doom guy in Smash. Like, I'm sure they could like kitty him up a little, but remember, this is the one where Sakurai had a one-off line about not being able to include Mai Shiranui because of her boobs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think that would have gone. That those brands would not have clicked,
But like, speaking of poll results and whatnot, there's one thing I am definitely thankful about. This is now that it is the official Last Fighter is, people can stop screaming about what they want in Smash, because Jesus fucking Christ, those people are loud.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Anytime I go to any sort of Nintendo trailer, Nintendo stream, like the Treehouse, and it's always just full of people just screaming about what they want in Smash. I'm just like, why is this so important to you? Please.
Well, I think after a certain point it became important because of just how like radically inclusive. Like somebody talked about how like this roster will never happen again, right? Like the licensing fees alone, like and all that other stuff will just like, this specific roster will never occur again. Whether that's those games will be like outmoded or just we won't, go back to those guest characters. Like this exact lineup is probably never happening again.
Yeah.
So I get that once you get to a certain point of inclusiveness, you get issues of people being like, oh, why wasn't my thing included? But I mean, like, literally Sora was the #1 choice. He got in. It's over now. You don't need to yell about it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You also don't need to yell about where's Bayonetta 3 anymore, guys. They fixed that one too. That meme is also dead. It was right there. They told you they're sorry, made you wait so long. They did it. Metroid Dread came out. See a lot of people streaming that.
Right now is a good time for games, but I'm way too fucking broke for this.
There's a little bit of that. There's also a little bit of just not having enough time. We'll talk about some game stuff later.
Mm-hmm.
But I've realized that perhaps after I do some work on like Guardians of the Galaxy is coming out later this month. After I take some time with that, I think I want to like block out the end of the year time, unless there's some like winter like November December release I'm forgetting about that's super important to me, which I don't think there is. I think everything I give a shit about is gonna murder me in February and March of next year. But I think I want to take those breaks before gaming goes to hell and actually catch up on all these like PS5 upgrade versions. Like, I still haven't played Intergrade with Yuffie's DLC. I haven't bought Death Stranding Director's Cut. I haven't tried Ghost of Tsushima's Director's Cut. Like, I want to take some time and block those out because I actually really like those games and I would actually like to see the full version. I like Pokemon. That's Diamond and Pearl were only okay. I'll be fine.
Listen, I can live without
I have too many
Pokemon.
Switch games.
Yeah, I can live without it.
I still haven't bought No More Heroes 3, and I really fucking love that game. Well, I love that series, I should say. I don't know if I love that game yet because I haven't tried it, but I will. But no, like, there's a lot of stuff. No, Pokemon has never... Well, I don't want to say that. Ever since I fell out of the hole of everything on the 3DS and not owning a 3DS, Pokemon is no longer a must-buy series for me. When you have to quit a series cold turkey, that's how that works. So, like, I was excited for it, enjoyed Sword and Shield. Don't at me. I do probably want to try and pick up the new Pokemon Snap at some point because I remember the OG one being pretty fun. But like I'm not ride or die for Pokemon anymore. Neither of us is a really big Metroid guy, so like I'm really glad that Dread came out. That's super cool.
Like honestly, like I would like to get into Metroid. I really would. Like I enjoy the style. Like I mean, I enjoy Metrovanias, and everyone always tells me how fucking the Metroid Prime series has always been amazing. So I'm always like yeah, I want to try it one day, but it's not on my immediate list. Like. If I can, heavens help me, if I can ever get caught up on my game's backlog, I'd probably go pick it up. But Jesus, oh man.
Yeah, no, there's so much stuff.
There's so much
I got
stuff.
a couple of new things to pick out. At some point, like I want to pick up Far Cry 6, but again, like I said, I've been seeing some reviews that are just saying it's a Far Cry game. I'm like, cool, thumbs up. That seems neat. I want to try it sometime. I don't need to buy it right now.
I know it's one of those things of like, if it is a personable, serviceable game. Like I don't like I'm not like I don't
like the reason why I jumped on Deathloop so fast after it came out, even though we were burnt out on it, was because I started hearing reviews and people were like, "Holy shit, this game is amazing!" And then I've been playing it, I'm like, "Man, this game is amazing."
Yeah, and
I'm kind of in the middle zone of Deathloop right now, where I'm doing a lot. I have to kill a lot of time and do a lot of I have to actually write out a lot of loops to like go back to the beginning and do different plot hooks and stuff. But we're bipping along.
Bipping.
The game is fun. I cannot imagine how you play this game without sneaking, because I feel like every time I don't sneak or like I fuck up sneaking and just 50 Eternalists with shotguns descend on me, they just murder me right away. I don't know. There's no like leveling in this game. There's just getting better trinkets, I guess. But I already have some pretty high spec trinkets. I don't know. Maybe there's some like purple trinkets for fighting, which are like, absorb 90% of bullet damage. You're bulletproof, Cole. And I'm like, okay, cool. I haven't found him yet, so if there's a build for just rampage mode, I haven't seen it. I mostly just sneak and shoot people in the face with the nail gun and miss a lot. Oh, so many Eternalists just have a nail whiz by their head and go, hey, what was that?
I've played Catherine. I've never beat Catherine full body because it's a puzzle game, and Lucky is not good at the brain things. But...
yeah, I need to buy full body.
Yeah,
like,
no.
That's a game I've basically missed. I've got so much shit on like the PS4 era, or technically like PS3 that was remastered on PS4 era. I need to catch up. Like I have the PS3 version of Witch and 100 Night, but I gave up playing it because I realized there was a PS4 remaster that I just never picked up. It's pretty fun, by the way. You should check it out. Great soundtrack too.
And it came out with a sequel.
Yeah, I don't remember what that's called. Ni no Kuni is a game I like that has a sequel also. I haven't beaten either of those games fully.
Oh, I cannot. I can't hit shit when I'm on my bike, which is bullshit. I should just be able to hit things with my bike.
Yeah, but no, you gotta get off.
Gotta get off.
You gotta stop. You gotta exit speed mode. Become less speed, even though you were standing perfectly still.
Oh, I did horrible at that. Okay, moving on.
But yeah, so like, again, as a Kingdom Hearts guy, it's cool. Sora got in. I like some of the cuts they do. Like, Sakurai seems so excited to get the Timeless River costume, and I'm like, yeah, that's such a Kingdom Hearts thing, right? The Timeless River look with the black and white. I like that they do the thing with the stage where when you're in critical like HP or low time, it switches to dive to heart. That's cool. It does the fucking classic slowdown when you defeat somebody in stamina mode, which nobody will ever do, but they added that tiny, like, you can tell that Sakurai and the whole dev team have a lot of attention to detail, and that's really sick. I am a little, considering that I've always thought of, ever since Brawl, I've always thought of Smash as like a great resource for like collections of video game music. I am a little sad they don't have so many titles on there. I do think it's kind of funny that they did the thing where if you have save data from Melody of Memory, which was multi-platform, you can get the Swing version of Dearly Beloved.
There's a Swing version?
Yeah, that's the main menu theme for Melody of Memory.
Oh.
Yeah, it plays kind of a, an up-tempo swingy time. Do 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 It's great. Hey, spoilers, guys. Guess what? I'm gonna jump straight to my next topic. Because of some general things that I'll talk about. I got back into Melody of Memory, which I never quite completed. I completed the main story, but didn't unlock all the songs. So I've been playing that again because Kingdom Hearts music is amazing, and Yoko Shimura is the GOAT. Chef's kiss. But there are a couple reasons for that, which I'll get into. Number one was, hey, remember that TGS thing, last week? Yeah. I had a lot of panels. I did check out their, lounge jam, which was they had a live band play some music, most of which I barely recognized. They started with some opening themes from Octopath. Haven't played that game. Seems neat. Maybe someday.
One day.
My problem is I love JRPGs. I can't play all the JRPGs. There's way too many. I've already missed so many JRPG series from when I was younger anyway, and now it's just I can't keep up. It's so much time investment. But then after they do the Octopath stuff, he does the entry, says, "I hope you enjoy it." Then what do these stone cold motherfuckers do in this lounge jam? They play Lazy Afternoons from Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm fucking dead. I'm killed. They killed me with the trombone, beat me to death with the guitar. I'm dead on the floor. How dare they?
How dare?
That's Roxas's Twilight Town theme. If you don't know the name of every Kingdom Hearts OST song by heart, how dare you?
I'm just a filthy casual.
No, but you'd know it if you heard the beats. It's the one that makes your soul be impained. As many songs from Kingdom Hearts 2 impained my soul. But no, that was just oof. That was a deep cut. And then, they played hand in hand in the trailer, and I'm like, oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts music is cool. And I was like, oh yeah, I never did unlock those last 3 songs in Melody of Memory. So for the past couple of nights, I've been, I sunk another extra 3 or 4 hours into Melody of Memory, jamming out. I would once again like to remind everybody, I'm pretty sure I said this when it came out, but if you like Kingdom Hearts and its music, you should buy Melody of Memory. It's pretty cool. If you're bad at rhythm games, you may have a slight problem because to unlock the extra songs, you do have to bust your ass a little bit. I had to do it. There's some. If you want to get all the stars, you either have to grind out some of the songs, because I'll explain this so you know what I'm talking about if you haven't played the game. It's a rhythm game, so there are stages. I will say, having gone back and replay it, I do feel like there's a slight, it's not a pure rhythm game. It's not just notes on the screen. Your stages are either field boss battles or basically almost like AMV stages. They play a cinematic in the background or a clip show and you hit the notes. All of which play slightly differently. So there's some theater to your rhythm games. There's some dynamic moving through the stage and then looping around, and there's animations on all the enemies who represent the notes that come up. Some of that stuff kind of throws me sometimes. You go around a curve in the stage and then the note board you're following curves, and I'm like, wait, hold on, don't fuck up my timing. There are enemies that behave weirdly where they suddenly pop out of the ground and they have the little note marker come up and you're like, ah, shit, smash that note. So there's a little bit of I kind of wish they'd almost simplified it. You can play it in one button mode, but that actually seems harder to me. Mm-hmm. I like being able to coordinate in my brain. Okay, this button, do this combo. Press this button for this thing. But every stage has basically you clear the stage just by not dying. And it is not dying. You have an HP bar as opposed to say Guitar Hero or Rock Band, where you have your is the crowd gonna boo you off stage meter. This is no, if you don't hit enough notes, Heartless beat you up and Sora fucking dies in his memory. Memory dies. Because yes, Melody of Memory is canon and is tied to the greater shenanigans, and I believe somebody brought up that there was a deep lore hint that Sora was gonna be in Smash buried somewhere in the game. He was going to another fictional universe or something. I'm not gonna deep dive the 5 minutes of story that's in Melody of Memory, but if you're curious, as always, Nomura can't help but slap some lore in there. Tuck a little lore nugget in everything. I kind of wish he didn't do that, because playing Melody of Memory and having to do some of the stages reminded me that Dream Drop and Birth by Sleep exist, and how those games are cool, but also they're very tedious. You have to play BBS like 3 times. You basically have to play Dream Drop twice because it's both Sora and Riku, and I'm like, Nomura, please stop that. Stop it.
Get help.
Don't just do like you do with the core games where there's one story, and then maybe after you beat the game, like with Chain of Memories, there's optionally you do Riku's End. But that's like, completely separate. But so you complete the stage by not dying. There's 3 star requirements, though, which are basically little challenges you do. You need to complete some of these to unlock progression in the game normally. So that's pretty typical. You can't really skip songs unless you're, like super giga good at rhythm games, which I am not. I am passable. I have an ear for music, but my hands are not precisely trained to hammer out all these notes. But to unlock the bonus songs, which I have done, I was doing that before we went live. To complete the bonus songs, you need 280 stars, which is most of them. It's a significant chunk. I think actually there's like, I think there's 354.
Oh.
Because Nomura numbers. But remember that 9 of those are in the last 3 stages you unlock behind the 280 window. So there's not a lot of wiggle room in there. I had to reach deep inside my soul and do some tough stuff. There were some stars I had to get by playing on the highest difficulty, which is Proud Mode, which is that's the fuckiest. Remember I said that Yoko Shimura is great? She is. Amazing work. Proud Mode is the rhythm game difficulty where I don't think it's 1 for 1, but it's the closest to like beat for beat, note for note. Some of those, like, especially fight music or boss fight music, some of those times you get a violin or a piano and somebody's just going apeshit, and you're like, oh my god, how do I physically tap X enough times? It's rough. But shockingly, guess what the 3 bonus stages are? They're the really hard boss fights. It's One Winged Angel's arrangement, it's the Rage Awakened theme from Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, and it's the Another Side, Another Story Roxas battle theme from Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, a.k.a. all the hardest boss fights, most of which are secret. And I'm like, great, I love it. I will play those after we're done streaming. But I had to work a little bit to do that, but I had fun. I will probably put down Melody of Memory after I play out those songs and see what some other bonus unlocks are, and go back to playing Deathloop. But I just, was kind of in the mood. And like I said, I recommend the game to you if you're into it. It's amazing to go back and listen to some of these tunes. It has a jukebox mode, and if you unlock the songs and you don't feel like physically playing the songs every time, if you want to just listen to Sacred Moon on loop like I do, listen to that song forever. Ruh-roh.
What did Ruh-roh happen?
How did I... Well, I hate to do it, but unfortunately I have not bought my USB headset, and somehow I have once again tugged my fucking cord across me, so my audio has died, and I need to restart my computer. Don't worry about the audio version of this. Just you're gonna have to deal with Lucky for 5 minutes while I reset everything. It's my B.
His B.
Give me a second to whatchamacallit, save the audio file and get on out of here.
So, it's just me now, unfortunately. Now you're just stuck with Lucky. And, yes, Aresh, I did notice you just running around doing what the fuck ever. So, do not worry about that. Unfortunately, with in regards to what Omega was talking about, I really don't have anything to add. Like, I like Kingdom Hearts. I played much of it. I do not go nearly as ham on it. Like I said, I think it's one of those things of, it's that meme of a guy holding too many things. It's like, I can't hold all these plot lines. So, dead person. Get up, dead person. Nice, nice. One day I'll have that guardian angel thing. I only get 15k metal for this shit? I am being robbed here. Fuck. But no, I need to go fucking do know I get more metal in Zadnor. But I need fucking bronze coins because I need to augment my fucking gear. And I can't get bronze coins in Zadnor. That jackasses. Now, Kingdom Hearts is fucking confusing. It's like, I liked it. I played it. I'm not gonna try and understand it. So... Fuck, I'm just gonna go punch this, whatever the fuck this is over here. So... Oh, shoot. I don't know what I was necessarily gonna talk about. Lucky hasn't done much this week. Honestly. I could talk about my anime, I suppose. Because I know Omega hasn't watched any because he's too busy doing I don't know what the fuck what. I honestly do not know. But let's see here. I have not tried out that Nickelodeon Brawl game because I do not care for much Nickelodeon titles. It's probably completely serviceable and okay. Actually, speaking of Mushiko Tensei, actually, have you tried reading the author's latest work? What do they call it? Oh, it's Orc Hero's Story. It's actually really, really good. What do they call it? It's Orc AU Sinki or something like that. I don't remember. Ah! But like I recently came upon it because I was looking for I was in some weird tags. I'm not gonna lie. I was in, what was it? Human non-human relationship. I think I was searching that tag. I was like, yeah, give me some of that good. Give some of that good shit. And no, honestly, it's really, really good. So let me sell you on it a little bit. So in this Orc Hero story, we are post a great war between the forces of darkness and, you know, everybody fucking else. On one side, there was like the humans, the elves, the dwarves, and the beastkin. And on the other side was orcs, demons, succubus, fairies, all that stuff. They fought for a really fucking long time, like 1,000 years. Now, the war just ended, with details. I don't want to necessarily ruin them, though. And our main character is an orc. Specifically, his name is Bash. He is the orc hero. Basically, one of the most terrifying motherfuckers that the war ever knew. He's that goddamn famous. Unfortunately, he's an orc. And in this setting, much like many other settings, orcs are a male-only race. And the only way they can propagate their species is by the kidnapping and violation of the females of other races. Now, they go a little bit out of their way to specifically call out that orcs, while they do this, they do not do this out of particularly malice or evil intentions. It's just their survival. It's literally their survival instinct. And to the point that even the opposite forces, I can't remember what they call it, recognize this, and they worked out an agreement, but they explicitly made it known that orcs can no longer violate women. And they follow this. Well, most of them. Most orcs follow this new law, because guess what? That's what their chief wanted to say, and they paint the orcs in this as a savage but noble race. If they have rules, they will follow them. You know, kind of that sort of thing. You know, the honor of their clan is the honor of their people. You know, so forth and so forth. Now, Bash has a problem. Because in orc society, how great you are is dependent on how many women you've banged and how many people you've killed. Unfortunately, What?
For me to back to the audio. I'll start rolling the audio version. You don't have to context that for the people for the patrons who listen to audio, by the way.
Okay.
But I'm back now. I'm gonna enter the control room.
All right. So
you've been having a very fun conversation while I've been gone, at least.
Oh yeah, no, I'm telling you about a light novel I read this recently. So Bash was so focused on the war, on killing dudes, and winning honor and glory for his clan that he did not bang any women, at all. And
at first, I thought this was gonna be like problematic, but no, this is actually funny.
No, it's super fucking hilarious. So Bash, being the orc hero, hero of the orcs, known and feared and respected by fucking everybody, has a secret that he's a fucking virgin in a culture that, basically glorifies how many women you've banged. And he can't let anyone find out. Unfortunately, we're gonna double down on this fucking trope, because orcs, unlike other races, they only get their magical abilities when they hit 30 years of virginity. Bash is 28.
When did this...
I don't know.
Where it's Japanese, but where the fuck did this meme start?
I don't know, but it's like I have a feeling it has to do with like the term like great sage or something. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, somebody in the chat track that one down for me. Like somebody tracked down why there's a cat girl thing in Japan. Thanks for that, by the way. We were talking about it on like a Let's Talk or something. And apparently there is a it's not Nekomata, it's the other cat yokai. But there was like, I think it was like Edo period, like rumors that there were cat yokai prostitutes out there. And you would run into a cat lady if you went to the red light district, and then just that got internalized.
Now, so Bash, having only 2 years before he becomes a magic warrior, which is a mark of shame. Now, I want this to be pointed out, because again, the author actually goes into a lot of world building details. The orcs do not find it shameful to dedicate yourself to being an orc mage and have that virginity for 30 years. They don't shame that. They do shame a warrior who does not bang for 30 years and becomes a magic warrior. Being a warrior is cool, being a mage is cool, being a magic warrior is not cool. So Bash has 2 years. So he basically is like, alright. He's like, we are in new times. I cannot just go out and bang women. And I can't go use the breeding grounds because, like I said, this is what they did. Basically, in order for the orcs to propagate their race, basically all the other races basically send their female criminals to the orcs now, so they may propagate their race. Again, it's one of those things of all like, we can't let you do that, but we also can't let you kind of die out. That's kind of dumb. So Bash is like, all right, so that means I have to go find a woman on the outside willing to let me practice, because he's never had sex. He doesn't know how to do it. He feels like he would give a very poor showing, because to orcs, sexual acts are, something to be glorified and whatnot. And, they go into a lot of detail about how the other orcs want to see him have to do the deed, and just
they really that's like you think it's just skeevy, but no, the author drills down so hard that it sounds like it goes out the other end, where you're like, actually no, this is like this is way too serious to be like actually sexy,
Yeah.
Like this sounds like way too much work.
Yeah, no, like it's a serious story, but it has a severe severe comedic undertone and misunderstandings. It's so hilarious. And it goes through all the fucking tropes. Like, so he leaves the tribe. He tells everyone, like, I'm gonna go find my wife, because to orcs, a wife is actually super fucking special, because they're, like I said, they're this kind of sexually loose, society. Usually women are just, sharing and whatnot. No, but a wife is for, one orc and one orc only. How they treat them is something completely objectifiable, but, that's... I'm not necessarily...
By the way, Loth, I want to throw this out there. Droit de Seigneur is actually fake news. That's also not real. The right of the king, that's not a thing. So,
he basically goes out into the world, mind you, and he goes out into, the human realms, because Well, guess what? That's what usually orcs go. They like humans and they like elves and like other such things. So he decides to head out there and see if he can find a wife. He immediately runs into a fairy that he knew during the war, and she becomes like his wing woman, and it's the most fucking hilarious thing too, which is double hilarious because she's a tiny fucking fairy as well. And oh wait, oh, there's something to do. Castrum. We're going to Castrum. All of you, you have no choice in this. The rest, we're going to Castrum. Yes.
Yum.
But so it runs into that. Now you might want to think God, what was her name? I forgot her name already. God damn it. Anyway, but the fairy she's kind of a flighty character, but she was a fucking information agent in the war. She was actually tracked with like information gathering and spying. So she's actually really good at intel gathering, but she's just kind of a fucking burn braid at the same time. So she either gets captured constantly, or she only has kind of maybe a half-assed understanding of it.
You are a drug dealer for tiny. Listen, I know all about the fairy information network. That's fine. Tiny fairies.
They're
perfect for that. I'm about to kill some. You'll do it, Tristan.
Yeah. So, and like I said, I'm not gonna necessarily go into the details of every single thing, but he runs into a bunch of what shall we say, tropes, cliches of the orc fantasy. The first heroine, I guess I'll call it, is a human female knight. The second one is an immortal elf mage. And the third one is a dwarven blacksmith. Now, the thing I love about this is, all throughout this series, despite this, there has been, like, there's always the implication of sexual violence and sex, but there has actually been no sex in this at all. Like,
we just tell you about it. We don't show you anything.
Yeah, no, it's like, so it's all Buzz backstory of him just trying to find a wife. And the interesting thing I like about this is, like I said, he's a very open-minded individual. Orcs, like, they're dumb, but they're not stupid. Basically, he goes to a town, he learns how they do things. He's like, all right, this is what I have to do to, like, you know, try and get a wife, and goes around and doing it, despite, you know, everyone looking at him being like, oh my god, it's a fucking orc. There's like discrimination constantly thrown in his face. He's just like, yeah, no, yeah, my people did that. Yeah. I'm not gonna do it now.
Hello, I am Orcish war hero. I am looking for a wife.
Yeah, and like, it's just so good because it's such an interesting world and such an interesting premise, because I say this mostly because I'm playing, like, because I started connecting dots to whatnot to Pork Society in Gensakai of kind of the, I won't say necessarily pork or savages, but we are a simple people. We don't necessarily try to overcomplicate or overthink things.
Yeah, I went to great lengths in world building with pork to be like, okay, pork are book dumb, but they're not idiots. They're not morons all the time.
No,
just that it's a classical video game, you know, or tabletop RPG min-max trait. Pork mature and grow physically super fast. Therefore, they grow mentally very slow. So most pork die young doing something dumb before they live long enough to get smart. So it's just, that's kind of how their culture goes. But
yeah,
they're, you know, you could totally spend the extra EXP and play like a 4-int orc, 4-int pork, and it would be very funny, and it would be, you know, super ironic. But that's, you know, a choice you made.
I'm gonna do fucking Castrum. So it's really, really good. And like I said, it's by the same person who did Mushko Tensei, which is very good. I'm gonna say it has its flaws. But it's very good, and it made me cry at the end. Like, it's a complete story, and so I'm really excited to see how this Orc Hero story goes. I will probably see if I can find a link to it later or something, or not give you guys, because I think you guys should go check it out. It's very good.
Since you know I'm fresh to the audio only version, could you repeat the title for audio people at home?
Actually, let me actually find out the proper title.
Of course, yes, of course, with a light novel, you gotta. While Lucky's digging that up, I will explain what the audio thing is. So, this is a recurring problem I have. My computer has always been finicky about the headphone jacks. The front headphone jack has never worked. I probably should have, since I spent, a decent number of triple digits on this desktop tower. I probably should have, immediately got it sent back or something, but that's way too much hassle for me, especially since that was, 2 years ago. If it was now, I probably would have gone through the motions. But so the front headphone jack has never worked. I think this is actually a documented problem on some of these models. And I don't know why. This is the first computer I've owned with this problem, but I think it's just in the way the software firmware is designed. But the rear audio jack is finicky. If you unplug the headphones, the computer does not tell they are replugged in until it restarts. Mm-hmm. I can't unplug the headphones out of my back and plug them back in. Then my audio is just dead. It's those doesn't exist. The output? What? What output? Don't know why that is. I've updated all my audio drivers. I don't have that problem anymore, but I don't know what's up with that. So, as you may know, to avoid another audio crisis, some of you may remember the disastrous Uncharted stream, where first Uncharted stream at my new place, where I didn't have a long enough headphone cord, and was thus, in a horrible position. So I have a long headphone cord now, but that means that I have a long headphone cord, and it is a headphone cord, therefore it gets caught on things. I don't want to say if you tug too hard, because I don't really feel like it's a hard tug at all, but if I pull on the cord in the wrong way at the wrong time, it will jostle the audio jack and just be like, oh, you audio, what's that? Audio output? And because I record my speaker loopback through Audacity, that kills the whole audio recording. It stops dead. It doesn't even pick me up. My microphone keeps outputting so I can talk to people in Discord, but it has this problem. And I really should just buy some USB headphones and solve this issue, but I kind of don't want to because I don't know a lot about headsets, and I do actually quite like my current headset I've got. So I don't really want to... I'm not mentally prepared yet to go through that whole crisis of okay, what's a good affordable headset that doesn't cost me, a pinky finger and I will like? So I'm just not emotionally prepared for that yet, but I will probably have to sooner just because this is going to be a consistent annoyance. But Lucky, did you get that title?
Oh yeah, I've had it. So the full name of this is, I'll give you just the English name. It's Orc Hero Story Discovery Chronicles. Short name is Orc Eroica. Very nice. So let me scroll down here.
Yeah, don't call me oh my. I know you flipped the vowels, but that's very close. Mm-hmm. It's funny though. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so all right, that series sounded interesting. This goes back to there's actually a very important trope page on TV Tropes called "Tropes Are Not Bad." Yeah. Because that's true. Some people, I think we're starting to get over this as a society, but a lot in the late 2000s into the 2010s, there was this kind of unfortunate, weird postmodern thing where it was oh, tropes and cliches are inherently bad. You should do things and subvert expectations because that's just what we do. We don't do things the way they used to be did. No. You don't understand. That's not why human literature has existed for 10,000 years or whatever. Well, I guess literature hasn't existed that long, but humans have been telling stories since we've existed. So
nothing new.
We've got fucking cave paintings about giant white giants and space bulls and stuff, or possibly non-space bulls. We don't know, but those cave paintings could be of the constellation Taurus, which would be freaky deaky. If you think about that, right? Humans have been looking up and seeing a bull shape in the stars since humans have existed. Wild. But no, tropes are not bad. So you can use tropes. You can even use things that are cliches, and you will not necessarily be doing something inherently negative. It's just that you have to use your tropes correctly. The key way to do this is to not use tropes inappropriately. Don't use cross-genre tropes for no reason. Stick to your established genres of tropes, but don't note for note hit every trope, right? Vary what your trope usage is, lean into different tropes harder, vary things up a little bit. There's a comment in the chat. I don't know if that's okay. Is that legal? YouTube? Are they allowed to say that?
I don't know.
I'll let it slide. This goes back to talking about people being weird in Final Fantasy XIV. Anyway, but yeah, tropes not inherently bad. You should figure out where they are. You can even use things that are cliche, because a cliche is just a trope that is used a lot so that people are familiar with its mechanics and its beats and expect exactly what you will do.
Arash, why'd you rescue me?
I don't know, angles and some shit. Maybe they thought you were getting shot by that guy in the corner.
Maybe I was.
Space time, who knows? Anyway, glowy dragon.
Oh. Sorry, I was in our group chat. I didn't see the actual people yelling about the not hitting the boss. My bad. You should have said that instead of just grabbing me, Arash.
All right, so you're not supposed to shoot. You were inappropriately shooting the boss.
Yeah.
Ah well. But yeah, so tropes are not bad, and I think that this is a very Japanese thing to do lately with light novels. Is you see this a lot with a lot of light novel authors, where they see the tropes, they see the cliches, and they're like, okay, what if I did that trope and I sold it really hard? Like, you just lean full into the trope and go with it and see what happens. This is probably because I feel like there are, unfortunately, a lot of... I don't think it's an inherently Japanese thing, but I think it happens a lot with, like, anime, manga, and light novels, is you get these... You get this with everything, but I think it's very... I don't know, maybe it's because of the doujinshi, like, crowd, like, fan works. It feels like they are more naked about the fact that they are very obviously homaging something, right?
Right.
Like, down to, like, you will see, oh, hey, there's an isekai sword boy. He has brown hair and a green jacket. Why do they all have green? Why is that? I don't know. Maybe they played too much Legend of Zelda as a kid. But, like, you know what I mean, right? Like, you get some very obvious homages. So you get a lot of cookie cutter stuff. You see it with isekai. You saw it with fucking harem rom-coms that were about nothing. I'll say it.
It's mine. I stole it.
It's a flowery smell on the wind in my open window, but I don't feel like closing. Yes, I took the opportunity while I was rebooting my computer and my audio was fucked to open my window because it's hot.
Actually, I'm gonna turn off my heater. I think about it.
Can't wait for it to be not hot. Bundle up. But yeah, so like you get a lot of these tropes, these tropes and cliches and stuff, and I think it's good when you see these when you pick these diamonds in the rough out there, and you're like, oh, that's neat. That's, I like from just you describing that, I'm like, the way it started, because I came into the middle of the conversation, I was kind of like, oh boy, is this going to be a story about a good thing or a bad thing, Because where I came in the description, it was a little like on the nose, and I'm like, this sounds a lot like a porn plot, and then it's just like, oh no, okay, yes it is, but also it's not.
Yeah,
we became tongue in cheek. We placed our tongue in our cheek, and we just kept going. And you're like, yeah,
no,
and
like,
because you do that tongue in cheekness, like you said, like you talked about, yes, the human female knight, the elf mage, and I'm like, yeah, no, those are the tropes,
yeah.
But because we're doing it in this way, that's kind of funny that it's so tropey,
Yeah, no, like, and I can see we're only through 2 arcs right now, but in both the arcs, I'm gonna spoil it. He gets turned down for like a variety of reasons. Well, maybe not. Well, but like, and it's like no, but he's not, and he just like, all right, cool, I got to go on to my next one. Like this is. Some people have been like, I've been looking at some people talk about it, they're worried that this might kind of get repetitive in its way, but I'm like, no, I'm for this because, like I said, they've kept it interesting each time with different stakes and
yeah, I guess so long as this kind of like high level of world building keeps up, you can actually, because like the advantage of like say doing different races or cultures for different heroines means you can like examine different tropes and different world building things and like actually flesh stuff out.
Yeah, no, like because like
if it was all just he visits different women in the same human kingdom, that would probably get repetitive,
No, like they actually go out of their way to visit different cultures each time and explain like how like, because this is like after a big huge conflict in which all the races go together. So
it's always after a big huge conflict.
So basically him going to these new lands, like the human town he went to was right on the border of orc lands, and had like, and so they have like their prejudices against orcs and whatnot, and he had to deal with those, and in the processes of that they explain a lot of different things about like why things have certain battles and and like why people thought a certain way. Like, it's like there's a lot of I don't it's not it's a bit of I want to say it's exposition heavy, but there's just enough detail that you appreciate understanding what's going on as Bash is going through all this, trying to understand why he's
exposition heavy is not inherently wrong. It depends on the format.
Yeah.
Like if it's the main character and his fairy war buddy just being like, as you know, we fought this battle for this and this reasons. Okay, that's cliche. That's trite. You should not excessively do that, because the reason why as you know is called out is because it's often it is the only way the authors could figure out how to get their exposition out in a timely manner because of the structure of the story and whatnot. But it's absurd to the audience because it would be like me being like, Lucky, as you know, yesterday on Let's Talk FGO, we talked about the Halloween trilogy.
I'm irritated already.
You remember that, and I remember that. Now, the audience watching our podcast, What's Up, may not know that, because they may not have watched that episode yet that came out earlier today. But for us to say that in a real conversation is fucking stupid.
It's real stupid.
Like, if I did that in a normal, non-streamed way, you would turn to be like, Omega, are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you actually remember that? So yeah, it's that, but there are a lot of stories that are like very exposition heavy. Sometimes omniscient narrator exposition heavy, but like for instance, I love the novel Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. Very seminal, arguably post-cyberpunk work. But Stephenson's writing style, and I've seen this with other stuff like the Diamond Age, it's very exposition tangent heavy, where you will just be minding your own business, and then either as the omniscient narrator or as an info dump character, he will info dump you about some very important plot stuff that seems completely unrelated at the time. Like, Snow Crash is a very forward-thinking book, by the way. It literally has it basically predicts Wikipedia-type stuff. Like, there's a feature called The Library, which comes with a librarian, basically a smart assistant, and the main character, hero protagonist. Yeah, it's a little tongue-in-cheek as well. He literally is like, librarian, exposit to me about this. And the librarian will just go on all right, from my compiled archives, here's what I've got for you. And just exposits basically a Wikipedia article to him. But it works because it is both in-universe exposition and also it's important,
Yeah, like in Orc Hero's story, like the first example, the main example that comes to mind is when Bash arrives to the Dwarven city. It's the site of a famous battle in which the forces of darkness brought a super weapon to it, and the result of the super weapon is that it literally blasted a fucking hole through a mountain. Post the war, the dwarves were all like, okay, we can't let this hole be in this fucking mountain because the shit's gonna collapse, so we'll turn it into the fucking main street. And basically, this is all explained to you when Bash comes upon the city and remarks about how much better the city's laid out, because when he first went there, it was just a maze of fucking tunnels that you would get lost in. So it's exposition that's usually in time with whatever is going on immediately, and is usually serves as like a historical reminiscence of of Bash, being there before, remembering things.
That's a good way to handle it. Where, and that's a good trick of the author to like figure out how it would be different, so that our main character can show up and be like, oh yeah, last time I was here, this was different. This you see a lot of times if you have to deal with characters who are like super fucking old and timeless. They often this is why your elves and your ancient wizards are exposition machines. Because that's how Tolkien did it. But a lot of authors will be like, yes, this character's lived a long time, so he can be like, oh yeah, I was here once. Blah 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 exposition.
Blah 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 blah.
But in the context of just the main character can reminisce, oh yeah, when I was here, the city was different, but then we blew a hole in it, or somebody blew a hole in it, and now we can move on. And learning different things. Good.
No, so
people at home.
Yeah, no, so again, I really, really enjoy the writing. It only has 2 light novels out right now. It has more web novel pages, so it's probably not going to come over to America anytime soon, unfortunately. But for those of you who are men of culture, well, I don't know if of various culture, you might be interested to know that the artist for the light novel is Asanagi. If you recognize that name, well, I'm giving you a little bit of side eye, but it's okay. You can all have your your tastes. But
I mean, honestly, I know who Asanagi is because Twitter and stuff.
yeah.
But yes, some people may recognize that for reasons.
Mm-hmm.
That's also that feels ironic.
I know, right?
Considering I know that. I mean, it's no shelter if you look up that artist. I think his Twitter handle is literally @VictimGirls.
Yes, well, it's his famous
which is the flagship series that guy does.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel ironical there.
Well, like I said, he draws the heroines very, very nice. Very nice. Like, actually, I think he goes.
I was in my mind. I was picturing a short stacked dwarf girl, but now I know it is a fact.
Yes.
I need no further illustration. I know how this works. I've been on the internet.
But yeah, no, like I said, again, like, like I said, like, I only got on this hole because I was literally like, I need some more romances and stuff. I don't know how I went from that to finding, orcs questing for Wuv. Well, not even Wuv, a wife. He just wants to get his dick wet. That's it.
But he wants to do it in a respectable way.
Yes. And it's just really, really good. Like, I actually fucked up work because here's the thing. I died.
You are dead.
I am dead.
Insert Dark Souls noise here.
I usually try to, like, I usually read like before bed and like on the way to work. And usually I will dig through things to find new things. I should not do this. I really should not do this, because if I find something that I genuinely like, it will hound me for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you just start reading, you start thinking about it, and you're like, shit, shouldn't have did that. Should have bookmarked that for later.
Should have not touched it, because then if I'll be at work, I'll just look at my phone and was like, let me just read a chapter. 5 chapters later, shit.
Yes, the curse of great writing.
So,
I'm reminded because I was thinking about other great exposition. That's another thing that Dresden Files does very well as well, because you've got Bob and then other stuff later. Other characters literally exist to be like explain things because Harry's a professional wizard, but he's kind of shit at it for a long time.
Oh, I might be wrong. It says like Yen Press has picked this up already. What?
Ooh.
What? Hang on.
That's good. Hey, support that official release.
I am gonna support this official release. Let me search here. Let me see.
Flying the colors is cool and all, but how about providing artists with money?
Hey, yeah, no. Art Orgaronica Volume 1 on sale November 16th, 2021. It comes out next month. Fuck yeah.
Nice. Neat. Cool. Wow.
I totally forgot the chest. I gotta go back and push it. God damn it, me. So I'm gonna pre-order that and support that because, again, that was really, really good. Really good.
I need to be buying new books right now. I need to work through my backlog of books. Oh my god, reading.
See, I'm not too...
I don't know what my thing will break, but I'm gonna break into something. Whether it's no, I think I'm already technically broken into games. Like I'm playing several games, juggling them, and like literally switching from game to game and to get stuff done. So, but it's reading or TV. That's probably next, but I don't know what it is. By the way, my story with Melody of Memory was basically over. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, no.
Also, no, Harmless Penguin. I believe that is a yes, they can deliver to the U.S. He is saying it is literally being picked up by Yen Press for release in America.
Yes. Like, I'm a little surprised it only has, like, 2 out, but I will say this, we have been slowly getting faster and faster with bringing, things quicker and faster.
Yeah, and I expect that's just because of the light novel explosion. Like light novels are selling really great. I think I think light novels are basically replacing, like translated light novels are basically replacing the market niche that YA had for a lot of adult readers.
I mean, light novels still are technically, I would call, young adult. It's just we're calling them just.
Well, yeah, it's just I think that the light novel genre and the young adult genre are different, but in terms of like reading level, I do agree they're probably similar, because I think the reason why a lot of adults read YA is because as a writer writing what is traditionally YA fiction, it's basically like you get to write about characters of an ambiguous age slot, usually like somewhere in the high school range, but they can also be like college age, because young adult is meaningless term.
Really
what does it mean? I don't know. You're young, but also an adult, but also maybe not, because some young adult stuff is aimed at people who aren't legally adults yet. It's weird. But I think a lot of adult readers read young adult stuff because it's just, and it gets written that way because it's like easier to digest. Like full-blown adult fiction can be either very adult or it can be like much more tedious, like power flickered. Got my ups though, it's fine. Gotta try harder than that, Zeus. But no, like think about like George R.R. Martin, right? Those are not young adult novels. Those are big boy adult novels. Those are fucking burglar stunners. Those will stop a bullet. Not everybody's ready for that, right? Not everybody wants to settle in and have a pleasant light read of what was the last one that came out? Was it Dance with Dragons?
Listen, Architect. Here's the thing. Did you have it though?
Well, I don't know if they would have had it off the top, but if they're asking about it, the libraries are usually pretty flexible. They'd probably put it on their buy list.
Because I do know there are some libraries that will just straight up have manga now.
Oh yeah, fuck. I went to several libraries in like.
Real Zero, yes. Slime, no. Excellent. At least it's something.
But I went to several libraries. I volunteered at a library for a while. I talked about in the middle of nowhere, Central Florida, and they stocked manga and sometimes anime DVDs and stuff. While I was volunteering there in my mid-teens, they started a program where you could borrow video games from the library, which I did do. That's how I played Grandia 3, I think it was. I played Curia Profile. Played some games like that. But yeah, no, like I read some manga from their life.
Again, like I know this is just like part of the the cultural osmosis that is just worldwide connectivity, but I'm still so happy to see like this thing is just becoming so commonplace nowadays.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, like it was, when I was younger, it was pretty obscure. Like you could only find like the best, the most famous stuff. Now it's just like, hey, we're moving so far. We're moving down the chain. Not only is like anime cool and manga is cool, but like light novels are acknowledged, right? So that's cool. But I think, like I said, the reason why light novels are popular is because they are light novels. We've talked about this before, but they're built to be episodic, easy to read, and
quickly digest.
Yes, quickly digestible. Like, I don't want to say like they are not deep cuts, because some light novels are. Like some light novels are very serious.
I'm gonna talk to you about some fucking 86 later. That is the serious biz, yo.
Yeah, and I know that's serious biz and stuff like that. Fucking, I got they're compiled, but I got a couple volumes of Tanya that you got me up there, and I'm like, that if the light novel is anything like the tone of the anime, that can get up in some guts and stuff sometimes. In addition to deep philosophical questions about the nature of God and free will and shit. So like, I'm not gonna say that like, as some people will probably snobbishly dismiss them, light novels are not a genre that is like, just fluff. They're not, the Penny Dreadfuls or the pulps, the dime store novels of an era gone by. Also, I fucking love pulps.
I'm about to say, but they can be, though.
Yes, but they can be, and that's, I think, why the genre, the medium, the genre, whatever you want to call it, is so popular, because even if they are, like, heavy stuff, they're usually still heavy stuff in a digestible format. You know, you pick up a couple volumes, you read them, you're like, shit, where's the next one? You know, it actually really is. It reminds me of, well, first of all, straight up kids fiction. Think about how many fucking Goosebumps and Animorphs there are, guys.
Yeah, there's like 50-something Animorphs.
Yeah, rapid-fire serialized books, which those were accomplished by having ghostwriters write those, but you know what I mean. Like, those are rapid-fire serialized books. It is arguably the same with a lot of classic pulp-style heroes as well. You know, classic pulp noir, or even just, you know, action-adventure series, like I'm, you know, I've said I'm a big fan of Nero Wolfe Mysteries by Rex Stout. I have some of the originals in there, you know, cheap-ass printing from, like, the 70s. They're short and they're fast. Sometimes they're short story collections. They're just 3 short stories in a single novel printing. You know, you just eat that shit up and you move on, right?
Right.
So light novels are very much, I think, our new form of that, which, once again, nothing new under the sun. Boxcar Children's another one that was like that. They just cranked those out.
Yeah,
I don't even know how many Nancy Drew mysteries are there. And I never read Nancy Drew or the Hardy Boys, but I know there was a fuck ton of them.
Oh yeah, I never read Nancy Drew, but I definitely read Hardy Boys, Boxcar Children, and Animorphs. I think those were like the 3 staples of my youth.
Yeah, I read a decent chunk of Animorphs. I wonder if we still own some. I don't have them on my shelf anymore. But yeah, no, like there was also actually, because I do have those on my shelf, so I was reminded that was basically the fucking Young Jedi Knight series they did after Episode 1 came out. That was about Qui-Gon when Obi-Wan was an apprentice. There's like, I don't know, 10 or 13 of those, and they're children's stories, so they're like boom boom fast. Babysitter's Club, yeah. I don't think I read many of those, but that was a TV series.
Oh god, this fucking these sets are bullshit. Sorry, I'm talking about Final Fantasy 14 right now.
Yeah, I'm watching the mechanics loop, and I'm noticing there's a lot of big explosions and pushing and stuff. You being dead a little bit there.
Like I said, it's partly because I'm paying attention to the you talk, but also just because they're bad combinations. They're bad combinations.
Yeah, this guy's just throwing out all the elemental bullshit.
But no, so like, yeah, no, like I super appreciate like light novels. Like for a little, like when I first got into light novels, I felt a little guilty because I felt like maybe I was not, what's the word I want to say? Where do I gotta go? Over here. I wasn't necessarily reading up to my level because, like I said, I'm like a mega. Like I grew up reading a fuck ton and reading way outside like my recommended age group.
But lucky, that's why we know recommended reading levels are bullshit.
Yeah, they're bullshit. It's like
they're fake. I was reading at 3rd grade level in 1st grade because 1st grade level is awful. It sucks.
Yeah,
it's really boring.
It really is, but like that's what they kind of like when you, especially when you're super young in public schooling, they're like everyone wants their kid to feel special. So like, yeah, when they tested my reading comprehension, they're like, oh my god, this kid's like in 3rd grade, yet for some reason he's at like a high school reading level. Like I'm over here in 5th grade, like picking out like fucking books from like Redwall and stuff, and just grabbing them like, you know, like they're not necessarily.
Yeah, no, I mean like I didn't necessarily enjoy all of them. I was homeschooled, but that still includes a recommended reading list because, you know, it's not like my parents were educators; they were just figuring out what the fuck was appropriate for like standardized testing. Yeah, I still had to take standardized tests even when I was homeschooled. You can't just be homeschooled for free. You have to prove to the government that you're learning stuff and you're not just basically truant. But like, while I did not enjoy all of them, we did not necessarily have a problem in my household getting me to read like high-level classics.
Yeah.
And in fact, that was something I always did for school, was I had to read like for at least 30 minutes. And I mean, I can say now, some days I blew that off a little bit, but mostly I enjoyed reading.
Yeah, so it's just like hecking, but like as I started reading more and more light novels, I'm like, no, there's like, even if it's not like even if they're not books that are like, you know, several hundred of pages with like huge vocabularies, no, these are still very serious. Some of these are very serious stories, like with the very serious themes and whatnot.
I mean, well, first of all, most light novels are translated, so that, you know, verbiage depends on what level the translator's translating to. But also, I mean, this is true of every entertainment. You know, there's, you know, beer and pretzels games, popcorn movies. You know, there's different levels of entertainment for your value. But like like with books, reminding me of last week when we just deep dove on books for no reason. Not for no reason, we were killing. But like, you know, not every book has to be like an advanced read. Like, well, eventually you run out of vocabulary words to teach yourself, right?
Well, that's the point I was getting to here. Is at some point I realized no, that's like it didn't actually fucking matter. It's like, yeah, sometimes I just want cheap generic fucking isekai fucking romance stories, but you know that's fucking fine. Other times, you know, I can go find on using analogs between fucking the Axis and World Powers to, you know, have a gripping story about discrimination and desensitization and stuff. It's just like, no, it's just like, but it's all just given to me in one easy digestible package. And I'm just like, yes.
And nobody can say shit because there is a market enough in airport paperbacks that everybody understands that there's easily digestible reading. There are so many books, you know, trashy paperback romances, bodice rippers, as they used to call them, and still do occasionally. Like, trashy novels exist and always have existed. Fiction is always out there. And people have always had these criticisms about new art. I remember, like I said, I watched this video about the history of like the guitar, and it included the historian who was on it had a quote about, I think it was the switch to the Baroque guitar, and about how it like changed the melody, and like everybody was complaining about how it was so like, you know, it was so like loud and unartistic, man, so obnoxious, because they were coming off like classical Renaissance era lutes, right, which are inherently melodical. And like the guy quoted like what sounds like, you know, a fucking, you know, 50s guy yelling about rock and roll. No, it was Mozart. Mozart was like, man, this new style of music doesn't seem as cool and very thought out. It's way too loud and clangy. It's not art. Damn, dude, deep cut.
I'm gonna die.
Also, Mozart, you wrote about like farts and stuff. You can't say shit.
He did have an anal fixation. But no, like that's honestly like how it is in basically almost every media. Like when books came out, there was kickback against that. I want to say when books became available to the common man, you know,
yes,
post
printing press stuff.
Yes,
mass production. And to be fair, you know, some of that stuff was because there's always that element of the capitalism, whatever, the hustle, you know, right? So, like, I remember from an OSP vid about Robin Hood. The Robin Hood, the hood who robs, was like a folkloric figure, like pre-mass market literature, right? But what do they call it? I think it was broadsides. Basically, when the printing press came around, there was these mass market cheap paper, like stacks of ballads that were basically loose-leafed bound together, like the modern equivalent of when you print something out of your printer paper, run it through a 3-hole punch, and put it in a binder, right?
Right.
Hopefully everybody gets that analogy. You've been to school, right?
Right.
We all know that form of writing project. But like, yeah, those were cheap and mass market because that's what first adopters do. There's a reason why, for instance, you know, porn is usually, erotica is usually a first adopter of everything. It's because it's, you know, one, it's the hip new medium, but also just nobody gives a shit about this medium, so you can get in there fast and figure it out. And, you know, I don't want to say humans always jump to the lowest common denominator, right? Like, there are some art forms which are inherently very high level, very delicate, require a lot of technical resources, you know. Classical painting, for a lot of the modals of painting required a lot of years of study and work to build up to. But somebody will figure out the cheap mass market version of that, and they will mass market it. Books are no different.
Yeah. But like
music is no different.
Like I said, music constantly having kickback. Do you remember the fucking? Well, actually, I don't know actually if you're into it, but do you remember the controversy over autotune?
Yeah, I remember it a little bit more in retrospect because I was not like, I didn't hear T-Pain outside of the context of Lonely Island for like forever. But because of the long-running career of Cher, I have heard "Do You Believe in Love" a time or two in my life. Because in case you guys didn't know, Cher's been around a fucking long time. But yeah, so where that was the classic auto-tune, And yeah, I do remember the pushback. It still sometimes goes on. That music channel I talked about, Sideways, he has a really good video about why people are criticizing autotune incorrectly. Because autotune is just a plugin you use to like automatically tune your voice, but the autotune effect you say when you mean autotune is when that effect is literally turned to 11 and becomes overprocessed. Everybody has touched up audio these days. Pitch correction, I believe, is the technical term. And like literally everything has pitch correction. Even live shows can have pitch correction now. That goes back to autotune's interesting. Like, yeah, there was a lot of pushback, and then I think people got over it just because the music industry stopped going quite so ham with the pitch correction. But I think the other thing is just that, like, that I think goes back to almost a different issue, our issue of authenticity. Because that's something that, especially now in our...
Oh, be right back, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, Lucky's going to BRB. I'll talk to you guys about authenticity really quick. So, this will be my segment while Lucky is dead and I am alive. Authenticity it's a huge chase word. Right now, what we're doing right now, we're selling you on authenticity. Me and Lucky are being authentic, talking in a microphone. We're not filtered. We're not scripted. We do not go back and edit ourselves. This is basically authenticity. I mean, there's some stuff we won't say on air because we understand the audience, and also there's stuff that you just don't say out loud these days. Not that necessarily we would say anything offensive, but there are things we would not say. But otherwise, we're mostly authentic. You're having an authentic experience with us. You're having a parasocial relationship because you're talking back and forth with us. You're in the chat. You know, it seems like we're real people. You don't always get that response from like high-level celebrities because, I mean, celebrities are humans too, but sometimes people are such big celebrities, I feel like at some point they stopped acting like humans. Like if you've ever, you know, I mean, if you've ever seen the news complain about Gwyneth Paltrow, I don't know what's going on with her, but like she lives in such a different world from me that it's like wacky and wild, you know?
Sorry, I'm back.
So, yeah. So, authenticity is something that people have always chased, but I feel like in our internet world where finding an authentic human being who's a creator is really easy, you can literally find so many people out there right now who are just, you know, playing music, writing, drawing, playing games, whatever, into a microphone, and there's basically no filter. They're true authentic self, as much as any of us are with an audience.
Well,
authenticity is a really big watchword for us.
Aresh has left us to die.
So I think the autotune thing was like, that's a huge anti-authenticity thing, right? Because it's literally processed. You can hear how it's been processed and altered. That's not how humans sound. But I think like a lot of people got over it. But yeah, there's literally always criticism about music. I think you talked about in a different context, like you know, starting in the late the early 90s, but going on through like, you know, heavy duty gangster rap started, right? That got a lot of pushback because it was about gangsta stuff. But you know, then you know you have all kinds of other music. You get pushback when your music is too edgeless. You know, nobody wants to listen to easy listening unless you do. What's that genre called? Adult contemporary?
I don't know. I just got abandoned by my group, so I'm a little miffed now.
Yeah, you were dead and you stepped away for a second, and I guess they ditched you. Rip. Maybe they didn't like hearing us talk smack about autotune.
No, it's not that. They just want to go do the bits so we don't fail, but now I'm on my own with no one to heal me except myself. So, yeah.
It's always frustrating. Part of the reason why I don't play these games so much.
Yeah. Yeah, and neither one of you thought to maybe bring me along? Nah. Just left me on my own. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Are we being remorseful in the group chat, perhaps?
No, they're just saying we want to actually finish. I'm like, hey, cool. Yeah, cool. Our bonds means nothing then. Clearly.
You got to remember the rule of the dungeon: never leave a man behind. Lever mean a Dan behind.
Something like that.
whatever the fuck I was saying.
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, there's a decent like the inherent rules of music. I will say, I don't think there's a genre of music I've never liked any instance of. There are definitely genres that don't resonate with me, despite the fact that that's right. That reminded me. We've been doing this for nearly an hour and a half. I almost forgot about the dialect. It's very funny. But despite the fact that if doing that dialect thing, you can clearly see I'm very Eastern Seaboard, especially the Florida. Not a huge fan of the country music. That's not to say there's no country songs that I like. It's just that there are a lot of genre tropes of country music that I don't give a shit about. Yes, I love guitars. No, I don't like hearing about, you broke up with your girlfriend and now you drink beer. That's not a big resonance for me personally, and I know that's a weird me thing, but yeah. Oops. I don't really have breakups and drink beer, guys. But or singing about your pickup truck. Never owned a pickup truck. Don't have a driver's license technically. Do know how to drive. Never bought it with a license. Would not want to drive a pickup truck. Ugh. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that would be no. It wouldn't feel safer. I would think it was safer, but I'd just have a bigger, heavier object to steer through the bullshit of people on the road. No, that's not gonna work. I thought about it for a second and then I lost it. But like the fucking Screaming Cowboy song, love that. I unironically love that with its whistle tunes, but that's not exactly country. I think some of those guys are Australian even, but it's got the aesthetics, but the actual most of the stuff in the genre not for me. You want me to listen to some Johnny Cash? That's great, but also, Johnny Cash's resurgent was basically doing country style covers of metal music basically and emo stuff.
Hey, listen, Johnny Cash's version of "Hurt" is still one of my favorite things ever.
Yeah, Cash is amazing.
Yeah,
from top to bottom, another artist with an enduring career. Started in the proto rock, Elvis years. Still doing work so many years later. Many great songs covered.
Oh,
I do a lot of thinking about music genres, but there's stuff that just doesn't resonate with me. Hey, guess what? I'm very white. Now this may shock some of you. Not really into gangster rap. Now I know that doesn't stop some white people, but
some of them it should.
Yeah, some of it should. I never had that problem. I'm like, nah, this thing about the streets and the police doesn't really resonate with me, or at least some of it didn't. Now I think a lot of people can resonate with some thoughts that were had about police in the 90s from certain rapses. But it's really interesting, seeing the back and forth about the music and things. I see. Hello, Ferris. You've discovered an emote. That's good.
Yes. Wait! Don't die me! I died.
But yeah, thinking about we'd skip back on our sort of conversation, talking about pushback against new genres. That's always happening, right? You always hear people who are like, "What is this newfangled thing?" I think that's the only thing that I don't want to say I'm better than all the generations that come before. I'll be old someday and probably not get things. I just hope that I'm not an asshole about it. I will admit there will be things I don't understand. Hell, there's things I don't understand now.
Well, like I said,
never have I ever gone on TikTok. I don't know if it's for me. It's just a whole other website that I have to do to filter my content. But generally, I feel whatever. I don't necessarily keep up with what's hot in pop music, but if there's quote unquote new genres of music, mostly it's just when somebody said something like trap or drill music, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Music is like everything. It has lots of subgenres and fancy buzzwords to identify it that nobody ever bothers to explain. Lucky, do you know what trap music is?
Actually, I do not.
It goes back to I believe it's an Atlanta R&B, which includes rap style thing. Trap is Atlanta Southern slang for a crack house. Oh. So trap music is dark, moody, beady music
shit.
With themes that you would find resonate with the crack house. So yeah, that's trap music. And I'm like, I just had to look that up one day because I was watching that fake genres video I talked about, on last week's What's Up. Still very funny, but I was like, what the fuck is trap music? I don't know. I see this shit like trap remix. But no, trap is apparently real music genre. Like, that's an actual thing. It's not like nightcore, which is just that was the name of like I think it was a Swedish music group who did the quote unquote nightcore thing first in like the early 2000s to just classic trance and Eurodance. Eurodance being its whole own thing. I also unironically love Eurodance. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. Fucking Eurodance, Cotton Eye Joe. It's stupid, but it's catchy. But like doing that kind of like higher beats, sped up thing. I love, by the way, just because I was like, hey, is there a technical definition for nightcore? Went on Wikipedia. They talk about how it's associated with the anime fandom because every asshole uses anime pictures for nightcore remixes.
Yeah, they do.
Even if they don't have anything to do with anime. Oh. But like, yeah, nightcore is just a remixing effect. That's not like a genre. That's just you take a song that already exists and you, I think it's speed and pitch up, increase the BPM or whatever.
Something like that.
But yeah, like it. I don't know if there's like brand new avenues of music that I am like, oh, kids these days. People just keep making new genres of music and I have no idea what the fuck they are. I'm not upset about them. I'm just like, okay, this music is cool. What genre is this? What are those words you said to me? I don't fucking know. At least with I feel like with literary genres, that's very rare. Literary fiction, you know, that doesn't usually like prose. That doesn't usually like diverge super hard, you know? Like if you get new genres of literary fiction, that's usually a very gradual build up to like somebody kind of has a breakout hit and then kind of creates a new genre or subgenre, kind of go from there. Like I guess the latest like fad or genre that really took off in literary, going back to YA fiction, was like YA dystopia because of Hunger Games.
Oh yeah, because then we got Maze Runner, Divergent.
Yes. Hunger Games created a subgenre in YA fiction that is has some very obvious tropes that were repeated a lot. You can argue Harry Potter brought kind of like back like YA urban fantasy, but like urban fantasy has always been cool, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Urban fantasy's rad. That's just like setting a fantasy in a modern setting. Everybody's been doing that. That's sick. It's slick. It's cool.
It's cool.
But yeah, I feel like, you know, and I can't even, steampunk's not a real genre. It could have been, but it's not anymore. It's just a weird fashion aesthetic thing.
Well, is that punk? Whatever, punk is a weird thing to begin with.
All right, see you later, y'all. Also, yeah, we've had this conversation before about punk.
Mm.
It's a cool concept. I like the aesthetics because the punk part of cyberpunk is truly universal.
Yeah.
Like, cyberpunk as a genre is cyberpunk because it's cyber as in cybernetics, digital media, etc. And then punk as in anti-establishment.
Yes.
This is why post-cyberpunk is a thing. So you can hypothetically replace the cyber MacGuffin with any MacGuffin and have a punk ideology. It's just that most of them are poor. There's very little about steampunk is actually punk. I don't think I'm very punk rock. I think most steampunk is not punk rock enough. I know the difference. But like ideas of like biopunk, for instance, like some people have argued that Final Fantasy VII is more biopunk because it's way more about like weird genetic engineering and body manipulation shit. Genova cells and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you were splitting hairs on a genre, I would say, yeah, computer technology in Final Fantasy VII is not very advanced. Other than, I guess, holograms are fucking sick. And it's, well, Dungeon Punk is also a thing, and is actually, I think you could argue, could be a real genre. I have actually read some things that are like, very Dungeon Punk inspired, like taking the aesthetics of something like cyberpunk, but instead of, computers and cybernetics and robots, it's like literal fucking magic. And that I think has its bones to stand on its own. You can be punk rock about fantasy, right? You can totally be anti-establishment. Without being like just grimdark. Like that's the thing. It says punk is not grimdark. Like the punk aesthetic is more about like anti-conformism and anti-establishment stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about gritty realism and whatever other fake bullshit there is. Genres are weird, guys. Media trends. I'm kind of glad we're coming out of the grimdark zone. Like
a little bit, yeah.
Like the 80s into the 90s was very grimdark, very gritty realism. It was like, no, in order for it to be real, it must be bloody and dirty, and everybody must be sad. And I'm like, God, I hate that stuff. Like, I'm glad I kind of wasn't around for when that was in like its height. I kind of whiffed that, and mostly I just see the after effects, and I can go, man, that's kind of dumb. I would say that in like the late 90s into the early 2000s, that was when shit got very self-aware, very postmodern. Very like we started like I said, we started like subverting expectations. We started like commenting on tropes for the sake of commenting on tropes. The 90s also, and this bled into the 2000s, was very heavy on irony.
God, it was.
You know, doing things for ironical reasons. Hipsterism was a real big thing during the early 2000s, which I feel like has completely vanished. Like, I bet hipsters haven't vanished, but like the aesthetics of being a hipster sure seem like they have. Or maybe we're all hipsters now. Ooh, the ultimate hipster irony. Hipsterism mainstream. Those are jokes some zygotes in chat are not going to get. That's a Dallas thing, by the way. Dallas calls mostly Axe a zygote, but I like it because he stole it from All Might, and All Might is cool. Axe always gets really well, I don't want to say incensed, but he seems like he gets nettled. His jimmies are rustled when Dallas calls him a zygote. But I'm like, I don't think either of us mean it in an offensive way. It's just like, no, Axe, you're like 8 years younger than me. You've generationally missed some things. Some things hit different because you were not an alive human to understand them.
No, this is why I just try to avoid calling people outside their name in any some form. Just
yeah, I mean, it's easier, but like it's how there is also the thing of human language. It's like, how do I communicate to you and myself that I understand that there's a generational gap here without just like spending 2 whole sentences to be like, this is a thing you would understand. Like, that's very clunky in human language, you know? This is the thing I've been clapping back on Axe about, where I don't know why, but like all through this week, Axe has been very terrible about having a sense of humor. He keeps running our jokes into the ground, in which I expand upon him. I'm like, GX, way to take the joke out back and shoot it. Kind of nega humor type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, you don't want to over-explain everything so much. But yeah, generally when referring to people using their name or using agreed-upon nicknames is okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, Axe is his real name, but, you know, close. He doesn't care. It's like calling me Omega. I don't give a shit. Even though we've talked about our real last names before. No, you're more than 5 years. Axe, you can't count.
Yeah, how old are you, Axe?
You're like, didn't you just like turn 21, or did you turn 22 this year? I mean, I don't know how terrible it was, but I feel like there were some deep cuts about the humor, where like somebody would tell a joke and then you would be like, either I don't get it or I do get it because X, Y, and Z, and is like, wow, you really killed the humor momentum there, my dude. Don't worry, I see people do that all the time. I was watching some like stream archives, and there was some very funny bits where just they started over-explaining the joke. Okay, you're 22. You think you're doing the math. 23 December. I'm hold on. Do math by subtracting my birth year and round. It's 2021.
I got at least 10 years on you. I can say that for a fact.
Oops, that was divide, not minus. I can use a calculator. Yeah, I'm 28, turning 29 this year. Yes, I am 28. Thank you for remembering. The audience remembers how old I am better, but yeah, no.
So yeah, so it is 5 years. Axe was right.
Well, 6-ish, but yeah, he's closer than I thought. But I think it's interesting because we both have December birthdays. That's still it. It is it. I definitely in my mind feel like Axe is not as old as he is because I've known Axe a while now.
I'm sorry.
But I don't know if I feel like as old as I am.
I have to
having
point
to do
this
the
out.
math about how fucking old I am every time.
I have to point this out. Anytime Omega has been caught saying something wrong or he always goes immediately silent for like a good 10 seconds as he tries to process what he's going through right now.
Yeah. I gotta think about it.
It's like every time.
Well, it doesn't happen to me a lot because I'm usually very careful in my language to hedge my bets because I've spent a lot of time on the internet where if you say something that's straight up wrong. Now, admittedly, I also do want to point out, Axe is really doubling down on the 5 years, which we've just mathematically proven is not exactly correct. But, he is closer than I was thinking.
Yeah.
But, though, I don't know. It was what, like I said, you were 21 or 22, and you're like, I'm 22 going on 23. And I'm like, okay, in my mind, that's closer. Maybe it's my own age I can't calculate right.
Probably.
I'm always the worst about that.
Probably.
How fucking old am I? I literally had to do math to double check.
I know I'm 30-something. I'm not 35, though.
So the gap is bigger for you than it is for me, but still it's enough of a gap where like there's some stuff where, and I don't know, maybe spiritually the zygote thing is also, I don't know how much of an effort you've made to be aware of things in the past. I've like gone out of the way and been like, oh, I've went back because I obviously missed some classics of the 70s and 80s, but, when I was younger, I went out of my way to, like, go back and be like, hey, let's watch Alien and Aliens. Let's watch the original Predator, And some of that is just seeing shit on TV, but other of that is, like, actually going out of my way to be like, hey, I went from the library. That I understand, Axe. There's so many, hold on, I need to think on how I want to parse this out. I'll phrase it this way. I think I've missed the boat on The Simpsons. I did not watch The Simpsons as a kid. I think I've talked about this. My parents did not, at the time anyway, I don't think my parents much liked the way the early Simpsons were characterized, where, like, the parents are moron and Bart is a smartass. It was very 90s, but that was definitely not what my household was like. And they were just like, nah, I don't want you to like get the wrong impression that you should, be yelling at adults to like eat your shorts or whatever. So I just missed the boat and I just have never gotten into it. And there's like 5 billion seasons. I think I've missed it. If people make Simpsons references, I don't get it. Luckily, everything is a Simpsons reference, so you can kind of just cruise control. Wow. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Let's get Genshin with the RTX on.
Clearly. You do that to yourself, Axe. Trust me, I hear from Wolf about the shit that you get up to in those tourneys. And to be fair, that's from Loth's perspective and my own bias. But at the same time, I can go there and be like, yeah, no, I can see it.
Well, Loth's perspective is characterized by him being salty. It's not necessarily untrue. It's just a very salty perspective.
Yes.
Honestly, like, I don't know. I think this is your own thing. Not to break this into Axis Therapy Hour once again. I think this is your own thing about where you try to make a conscious effort to be, like, equal or contributing to people. But honestly, you're trying too hard, Axe. You're being too much of a tryhard. Literally. Most of us are just relaxed. Well, okay, I can't say I don't give a shit about contributing because I am recording them, so I do try to avoid dead air and, fill time and whatever. But I do so in a very casual stream of consciousness way. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is honestly, when I'm not playing the game, is honestly very low effort, and when I am playing the game, it is quite high effort, and that is usually I am dead silent. I am not contributing when I am actually dueling and playing the game. But we are so low effort and stuff. We had a boo-boo on the last one. We let Dallas play a card that was illegal because it hadn't come out yet. It wasn't printed in the time period we were mimicking with progression yet. It was like a week early, and we just let it fly. Nobody caught it until after the episode was shot. If you want to know how we handled that, go watch the progression. I have a little bit at the end. Marth will eventually do a time code for it, probably, because he's a utter madman, complete mad lad. So, like, that may or may not be like a time code, or it'll be whatever at the end is. We do bans and stuff. It's after that. I explain what we do and how we're handling it in the future, and mostly it's just I took my red pen and I scuffed out some records. And because Axe did actively get fucked over, I was like, yeah, no, we need to throw you a compensation. I was like, Axe, you should open a prize pack because you were actively fuckled by our error. But we'll see about keeping that on theme. Speaking of people who get like defensive when they're caught out, Dallas was kind of like, whoa. I don't think that card I played had that much of an impact. And I'm like, no, it definitely did in that game versus Axe. You didn't play it in the final, but like in that thing with Axe, that absolutely contributed a shitload. But yeah, no, it's it's kind of funny how we got on this tour because Axe showed up just as I decided to bring up the Zygote comment. The generational gap though is kind of funny sometimes, right? Like speak up music to get out a thought I wanted to get out really quick. Like I don't know if my tastes in music are very modern, you know? I think I've talked about this before. I don't really follow modern pop music. You know, I haven't listened to I'm like years behind, but you know, I like Lady Gaga's stuff a lot usually. You know, heard that a lot on the radios. But like I'm not, you know, down with the T Swift, with the Grande. I have never listened to a K-pop. That's not like, oh no, I don't stand that K-pop. It's just like, all right, it's actually, I guess that's not technically true. Every motherfucker's listening to Gangnam Style, but that's, if I understand correctly the context, that's almost like a parody song. That's like a parody of Korean pop. But like, I'm not big into the genre. If you can even call another country's pop, I guess it's kind of a genre. It's mostly just like the ethos of another country.
Well, that's the thing, you know, because language is built differently. You know, rhythms and rhymes will usually go in a very different way. So I think it's fair enough to call them different genres, just because the way they have to be built has to be.
Yeah, there's a different musical structure. Yeah. But like, yeah, I don't think I'm up to date with like what is necessarily popular in music, but I am not like I am not, you know, listening exclusively to old stuff. I listen to lots of brand new music, mostly in video game and anime soundtracks. Just pause for effect while I look wildly around the room. Who said that? What was that? Was that me? But you know, my preferred style of music definitely has certain trends. I think I've talked about this before. Love guitars. If you get some guitars in there, wheedle on some guitars. I don't care if it's, you know, bass or acoustic or electric. It's cool. I like electric guitars because the sounds are gnarly, but it's not required. That means that, you know, I like a lot of like really classic rock, but also, you know, I guess it would be technically like prog rock from like the 80s. Get synthesizers in there. Synthesizers are cool too. You know?
I'm a fan of the strings, but if I had to pick my favorite strings, it's the bow ones, violins, violas, cellos, and basses.
Yeah, no, I also really, I mean, I think a lot of people like the strings energy just because you see it so a lot. But like, if you can mix in that little string accompaniment, that's pretty rad. And that's a very interesting thing in just the way our society
K-pop,
is evolving.
I don't think K-pop is niche. Do you see how many fucking awards they be nominated or be pulling, and how the concerts be selling out just stateside? K-pop is not niche.
Yeah, I don't think K-pop is technically niche anymore. Like, it's a popular genre. If you're not in America, you may think it's niche, but like, it's absolutely huge here, which is big because foreign music is not you. Like, there's this whole genre in American music sales called world, which is where we shove all non-American music most of the time. Like, both your like Arabian cultural music and your Celtic shit, which there is a big Celtic revival, which I also find sick because I am kind of Celtic. Hi, I'm super white. But also the Celts are everywhere. Fucking Celts, man. Celtic music's sick though. That can have some like violins or fiddles in there, you know. But like the like, well, yeah, no, I'm not gonna get ridiculed for listening to anime songs because one, anime songs are bangers, as the kids say.
They are lit.
But also,
well, this is what we were talking.
Animes would become way more mainstream.
Yeah, I'm about to say is like this is also the thing we were talking about, how just the cultural osmosis that is everyone being connected has just made like a lot of what would bleh. I can still probably say that listening just to straight up Anasong is kind of niche, but no one's not necessarily gonna bat an eye about it.
No, nobody's gonna, like, if you I think that the like the concept of listening to OSTs, listening to soundtrack music is like way less foreign. Like because of the internet distribution, those are way more accessible. Yeah, I don't want to like I said, it may be niche in non-US places, but like no, K-pop is huge here. They're winning awards. They're big stands. They are like I believe somebody in the chat mentioned Blackpink. I believe they did if I'm not misremembering artists, I think they did a collab with like Ariana Grande like earlier this year or last year. Like no, it's a big deal. It's a big deal over here. And the K-pop stands are apparently vicious, but whatever.
Beware the BTS.
Don't be mean to me. I'm busy, okay? I'm too old. I listen to J-pop, okay?
You say that, but my 50-year-old mom fucking loves BTS and will fly out to their concerts.
That's I know. That's the beauty of music, is it can be truly cross-generational. Like it's
she got so
funny, you know,
much,
like my love of classic rock is entirely because of my dad and his tapes, some of which were literal mixtapes that he would listen to because my dad grew up in the he was born in the 60s and grew up in the 70s, but he was, you know, one of those kinds of guys you'd think about from like, you know, just, you know, good old clean American living.
Mm-hmm.
You know, went to work at the family business right at a high school. Owned a van. He had green seat covers, so they called him Grasshopper. He had an 8-track player. And that's where my love of classic rock comes from.
That's some classic 70s Americana right there, honestly.
Yes. We have high school yearbook pictures, and my father, who is also very white, full fro action, which is double ironic now because as long as I remember him, my father is now bald. And since as long as I remember him, because my parents had me when they were quite late, I'm the youngest of 5. Not all at once, you know, different marriages, but he has been very low hairline. So looking at the yearbook picture is very funny. But that is definitely where I get my front poof hair. I have a pseudo natural pomp effect where just the front of my hair grows out very poofy and long. Technically, all of my hair would grow that way, but I can't actually let my hair grow that long because I would die. Because I have very thick and coarse hair. It's already a pain in the ass to get clippers through it when it's like just a little bit long. Actually growing it out to like full like big poof afro length would be not be cool. I would die.
Lucky's struggling with his hair length right now, but I want to get a sweet undercut because I want to have something that looks like a horse mane. I have goals. But
it's good to have goals.
Yep.
By the way, I want to throw this out there before we accidentally go anywhere else. I love this zone. I love you and your fucking flying motorcycle going underwater.
Listen, I enjoy this game's aesthetics. Like I said, I'm being a bit of a salty bitch to Russian. Well, Loth left. Probably.
But Loth's spirit is still here because there is a salty bitch baby present.
Yes, and that salty bitch present is me. Like I said, I did not take kindly to being what's the word I want to say? Abandoned.
You were ditched, man.
I was ditched. I have let my discomfort be known and my upsetness. I'm not necessarily holding it against them, but I'm holding out because I want to be a bitch baby for once. It's like, no.
I listen to some R&B, but not a lot modern. I do not think I care much for the Drake.
Oh man,
I've heard some of his music, and I'm kind of like, it's all right. But actually, I don't think R&B was ever like a deep cut for me.
Like, I never really listened to R&B. Like, I like hip hop. I liked fucking like late '80s, early '90s hip hop. But like if you actually listen to this week's Let's Talk FGO, I talk a little bit how I had this disconnect from black culture, and like that kind of happened to me. Like that really hit me like in the mid '90s. So like once we started getting like full like once gangster rap really started picking off and all like the modern R&B and stuff, like I was just gone. And that's the days when I started picking up into alternative and alternative emo and progressive rock.
Yep. Because it's really interesting to like think about like how music genre changes. I've talked about this a lot. I'm now subbed, but I follow Todd in the Shadows. I remember that guy from way back in the day, back in when that guy with the glasses was a thing. But he's still doing work on YouTube. You should check him out. He still occasionally does pop song reviews. I don't usually go in for those, but occasionally I will poke.
Listen, I love classical orchestra. I can never remember what fucking symphony is what though.
Oh God, I have a. Yeah, I similarly understand. Like, I think my favorite is mostly I'm down with the beats, with the Beethoven.
I'm a Chopin
but
kind of guy.
I also like me some Chopin. Yeah. But also that's because Beethoven's fucking Beethoven, and you remember the fifth and the ninth, which are my favorites.
Yeah.
You know which ones those are. God, da 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 da. Ah. Oh, and I love the Ode to Joy too. Like, if you ever want to make me smile, just boom. Yeah, there's definitely some drift in the artists. It's also funny. Like, speaking of my waititude, I do actually like Eminem. I think that was one of the few bits of like actual like rap music I liked. But Eminem's a weird guy, and he's done a lot of different things.
You see, I grew
some
up
of which
with...
hits and some of which doesn't.
You mean I grew up with fucking Snoop, like OG Snoop before he got fucking old, man. Shit. Like, oh man, those were...
Yeah, I was probably not paying attention to music when the... Actually, I know for a fact when the Snoop broke. That partially explains why I kind of probably not big in there, because there wasn't on the ground floor. But no, I just... Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's just good music.
I know it is. Like,
everybody knows that riff.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of iconic riffs, everybody knows that one. There's a lot of stuff like fucking Jump Around.
Like,
Flight of the Valkyries is really good. I'm not a big operatic guy.
I mean, don't you love fucking, what was it, the 1812 Overture?
Well, yeah, everybody does, but that's because it's if you're doing it correctly, you're doing it with cannons. Overtures are usually good. Ride of the Valkyries, Echoes. Actual like operatic stuff with like solos and arias is like, that's a little too artsy for my taste. Most of them.
Hang on 1 second, I need to do something.
While Lucky is doing that, I will think about where my thought was. Oh, I was talking about like how music adjusts, right? How it moves rapidly. Like, talking about like rock, right? Like, what rock music is. Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna go on the internet right now. I'm gonna like look up if we have a good definition of the concept of rock.
I never understood what rock actually is. I'm not gonna
rock
lie.
And roll is a broad genre of popular music. Originated as rock and roll in the United States in the late 40s and early 50s, developing into a range of styles in the 60s, particularly in the US and UK. Had its roots in blues and rhythm and blues.
Also sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, African American music, and then from country music. Rock music drew strongly from another genres such as electrical blues and folk. Incorporates elements of jazz, classical, and other musical styles. Okay. All right. There's some. I think what defines rock involves some deep cuts of music structure that I do not follow very well. It says usually rock music is song-based. It follows a 4/4 time signature and a verse-chorus form.
I don't trust that.
But it has a wide variety of things. They do, I think honestly, like, just the primary thing I think that's true is they talk about for instrumentation, rock has typically centered on the electric guitar, but also may include as a group, part of bass, drums, one or more singers, etc.
I mean the classic rock group is one guitar, one bass, a drums, and the guy who might be screaming into a mic.
Yes,
usually
the classic rock ensemble.
Mm-hmm. I tried to,
but then you can get into like once you get into like 80s and prog rock stuff, like you usually add the keyboard player for that sweet synth. And then if you get like crazy big, you may have multiple bassists. You might have a motherfucker with a cello or a violin in there. If you're doing other genres like, bluegrass kind of stuff, you might have the harmonicas. There's that song by Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime, where they're just, thumping and blowing on bottles.
In the summertime when the weather is hot and come on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all know that one.
Mm-hmm.
But rock music keeps rotating, but it's interesting kind of where like everything came out, where like, in the 70s, punk rock emerged. It came out. That was part of some of that British invasion. Sex Pistols, The Clash. Big stuff. But then synth came out, and you got new wave, which is just new wave was just weird as shit. Also, no, seriously though, if you don't understand new wave, you do actually, because you probably remember those songs. That's shit like "Video Killed the Radio Star," "Don't You Want Me." You know it. You know new wave. "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This." You know it. You know new wave. It's that very 80s synth sound. And I guess, Christ, Lucky. I don't want to deep dive on this article, but I have to read you how this section starts on Wikipedia.
I'm ready.
Emergence of alternative rock. Main article, alternative rock. See also jangle pop, college rock, indie pop, dream pop, and shoegazing. I'm just like, oof. Music's fucking wild. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. Like, music has new genres and styles and bullshit all the time, where, like, you don't have to deal with the shit in literary fiction.
Listen, this is what I was telling people in anime manga earlier. People overthink shit way too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is just the old artistic, want to be my own guy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you sound different and you're like, hey, I want to be seen as a new kind of music. I should possibly say that with a slightly punk British accent. I want to be a new kind of music. No offense to my great Anglo-Saxon brethren. I've told you before, I'm incredibly Anglo myself. My mother is English. But I just, in my mind, I'm just thinking of British bands when I hear that.
Well, you wouldn't be wrong.
No, I would not be wrong. Have you ever heard, what are those guys called? Oasis Talk? The Wonderwall Boys? Also, yeah, sorry for earworming all of you by mentioning Wonderwall.
But no, it's just like, God, and like this is one of the reasons why I don't actually try and like actually really think about what I'm listening to and whether I just like it or not.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sure I could find recommendations based on genres I like, but I don't even know what the fuck genres I like.
Yeah.
I can say I like rock music, generally, as a rule. I like guitars. I like electric guitars. I like some synths in there, maybe some extra strings. Mm-hmm. Give me a sick bass line, right? Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay.
Like, what even fucking genre is fucking Sawano Hiroyuki? What is that? What is that?
Oh God! If you get into like soundtrack composers, right? Like talking about how cool Yoko Shimura is and stuff. I'm like, I don't even know how I would describe that, right? Because like, Kingdom Hearts' soundtrack is usually composed to an orchestra. This is a point I was going to bring up about like, so to get those stars to unlock those bonus songs, I had to bust my ass a little bit, like I said, because like, it's not note for note, but it's pretty close in some areas. And when you're composing for an orchestra, damn, that's a lot of notes sometimes, guys. It's a lot of beats. Because that's what it is, right? Like, there are whole albums where they just straight up have an orchestra play Kingdom Hearts music, and usually it sounds fucking sick. There's an orchestral version of FGO's soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
There's an orchestral album, which is rad.
Like, well, yeah, maybe for Kingdom Hearts, but not for Sawano Hiroyuki, who is like, yeah, I'm gonna throw in some electronica here, and then we're gonna double down on the orchestra, and here's just a girl just screaming "whoa" for like 5 minutes.
Like, I think everybody knows the wubs from dubstep, which has kind of, I believe the dub has kind of gone down. Yeah, I believe the genre is now rhythm, which I feel slightly weird about saying because that's a Jamaican slang, but whatever, it's a genre now. Okay. But like, I believe that the dubsteps originated from drum and bass,
I can see that, yeah.
Which is the drum and bass style is electronic music with fast beats and heavy bass lines, samples, synthesizer. Oh my God. Okay. I don't understand the genres, but I love listing music genres. Guys, do you want to hear some drum and bass subgenres?
Let's hear it.
All right. Drum and bass subgenres include breakcore, raga jungle, hard step, dark step, tech step, neurofunk, ambient drum and bass, liquid funk, aka liquid drum and bass, jump up, drum funk, sam bass, and drill and bass. What? Was that English? What the fuck is neurofunk? I gotta like look that up. Neurofunk is a dark subgenre of drum and bass which emerged between 1997 and 1998 as a progression of tech step. So this is a genre that's already fucking dead. It existed for a year and was murdered, and has gone on to be something else. Damn. Oh, it's probably not that good. It says that it has a lack of emphasis on the beat drop. That's no cool. You need the drop. Yeah, but no, like, yeah, describing, like, soundtrack composers is hard, right?
Right.
Because, like, usually there's some orchestral elements because either you have access to an orchestra or you have access to computers, which can basically pretend to be an orchestra these days. There are some people who go straight up the electronica, EDM, whatever you want to call it, the techno super genre, right?
Right.
Which I can say, I like that. I hypothetically like EDM. Do I know what different kinds there are? I don't fucking know.
Hell no.
What's progressive trance? What's dubstep?
What's house?
What is house? Actually, house music is like, I think it's like old. That's like 90s electronica, emphasizing on like the deep unces for dance beats. Literally dance club music. But not like Eurodance, but like its own thing. Like American dance club music. I don't know. I think I like house music, but who the fuck knows? I like the unce also. But yeah, it's, you know, I don't know how you describe that, right? Because, like, you know, Shirayuki has that whole thing. I remember the composer for Bleach, who's also did some other stuff, Shiro Sagaso. Like, how would you describe Bleach's soundtrack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that mixes, like, as befitting something that was contextually named after Nirvana. Tito Kubo has come out and said that he got the name from the Nirvana album. Like, there is some of the soundtrack is very heavy rock. I don't really know if it's like grungy rock, but like there's definitely like heavy electric guitars, synthesizer keyboards type stuff, you know. The kind of iconic notes of like you know, you know the song from the trailer. I don't remember the name off the top of my head, but then like heavy electric guitars. But then like when we get to like the Arankar arcs, like Sagasso just goes apeshit and he's like, Spanish guitar.
Here we go, flamenco.
Violins. Get some flamenco clappers. Yeah, that was definitely an early 2000s anime thing, which I feel like you may or may not hear. But a lot of anime use traditional Japanese instrumentation. Like Naruto really loved the big Japanese drums and the shamisen music. That carried over into Shippuden. Though I think I talked about this before when I did my nostalgia trip. Like, listening to, like, OG Naruto's OST and then Shippuden's OST is really weird because, like, OG Naruto really feels like the composer is just him and a couple of his music friends, like, jamming on electric guitars or drums or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get to, like, the break with Shippuden and it's like, oh, hey, we either have enough money we can hire a fucking orchestra, or computers are so good we can pretend to be an orchestra, and we can throw in, like, all kinds of different stuff. Yeah, Shakuhachi is open. But, like, yeah. I remember, God, Kill la Kill's musical style, so iconic, so weird.
Yeah, I know, that's...
Ping pong circulate.
That's our fucking Sawano.
Yeah, but also... That has Sawano breaking out the electric shamisen. Like, goddamn. Oh no, I love those songs. Those are some of the best. But like, it's just so. I love how thematic it is, and that's the kind of thing you can get away with when you're doing soundtrack. Is you can choose leitmotifs and accompanying themes. You know. Listen to this when you listen to TV shows, especially animated TV shows. Look for leitmotifs, recurring character themes, what they mean. I think I talked about this before in passing. I watched a literal 40-minute video that broke down like, the soundtrack of She-Ra and like how fucking rad it is because there's so many like deep musical cuts and callbacks and notes that follow through, and it's really good, guys. Oh god. Avatar's the same way. Like Zuko doesn't have a fucking leitmotif. His theme is just the Fire Nation theme until Azula comes in book 2, and then Azula's theme is the Fire Nation theme, but with some extra instrumentation, and then Zuko's leitmotif becomes the Blue Spirit theme. Like the Blue Spirit theme becomes associated with him all the time. It's really good. Also, the way they use the main theme, it's wild what you can do with a little bit of orchestra and ornamentation. But like that is the thing with soundtrack music is you can go like, okay, we're gonna throw out a lot of fake ass Spanish words all of a sudden. What do? Let's give me some fucking Spanish guitars. Call the guitar store, order me some Spanish guitars. Let's get acoustic up and boom. Libra is really good. That's Gurren Lagann's OST is also very much to the theme because that's very like rap and hip hop inspired.
Oh yeah.
Row, fight the power. But then also talking about that classic stuff. There's just in the ultimate version of Libra, there is just one woman wailing for no reason because it's cool.
I'm about to say, like, it does, like, the soundtrack does have its Robin Hammer, but it does not shy away from its opera, from some opera situation.
Which is good because that fits the like literal larger than life context,
yes.
Right? Another like thinking of like other like I don't remember. I need to look up who composed it, but I'm always been a huge fan of the like Code Geass OST. Like Code Geass had some really good music. Like it has some like slow orchestral pieces for like tension building, which if you may not remember them off the top of your head if you haven't watched the series in a while, but if you heard them, you'd probably be like, oh, I remember this jam. But like, the leitmotif of like the Black Knights and Zero being recurring. There's a lot of strings, like acoustic guitars and violins in that. A lot of like very soulful violin stuff, and I'm like. And then the piano riff, right? The literal Geass theme, that piano riff, that just very subtle, and you're like, oh, it's so good.
Music is unfortunately one of those things that's way too complicated for me to actually fully understand. But it's still one of those things I'm like, I'm here for this. I'm here for this. Thank you.
Yeah, I love music. I would love to be able to know. Like I've always. It's probably a little expensive, so I don't know if I want to. Go. Oh God, the master. Yeah, with that fucking the big brassy and the chants, yeah. That's the if you guys don't know which one the master is, that's the Emperor's theme, Emperor of Britannia. You know that song if you heard those couple beats and you've watched Code Geass, you'd be like, I remember that one. I've always, for instance, like talking about music though, I've always wanted to like maybe I'll be like, I can teach myself to play guitar sometime. I probably can. I'm still decently dexterous at video games, but like, yeah, it's definitely like I just don't have the time, dude. I'd love to be able to dive more, but we literally had where I listed out those lists of like genres and subgenres, and we're just fucking lost. And I have to question: do actual music people understand all that shit too?
Actually, fun fact, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Like, hecking, what's his name? Alec Moldola was actually talking about this. Like he knows like very like he's very connected and into things, but he's not like as like educated in music theory and everything as one would think. He just kind of just said one day like I'm gonna make me some fucking music, and just started from there and started learning and picking up things. He's not what you would call. That's
usually where the art starts.
Yeah. Just one day I'm gonna
feel the art is inside you, and then you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
And you start honing your craft.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, music's really cool and very, very titchy. But we've once again gone so deep down the music hole for some reason. No, not for some reason. It's my fault. I've talked about this on Let's Talk. I'm literally keep falling down music holes myself. It's the middle of the night. I'm trying to go to sleep, and then I'm just like, YouTube is just like, hello, would you like to listen to a song? And I'm like, kinda. And then 5 songs later, it's like half an hour, and I'm like, shit, this isn't helping me go to sleep.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about
I'm out here listening to Ram Jam play Black Betty again.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about those holes. Like, I talked about this, well, I didn't get to talk about this on Let's Talk FGO, but...
You mentioned the hole exists. You did not talk through your process of the hole. People had to see that live in our Discord.
Yeah. But I went on, like, because I'll mention it again here, because I think it was interesting, because... This just things happens, like, you fall, like, it's a media hole. I think that's the best way to call it. It's just a hole of media.
Yeah.
But...
I think it really... I think the first thing that it started was the wiki walk, right? Like
Yeah.
Wikipedia dives, but
Yeah.
then the entire internet became Wikipedia
Yeah.
and just shit, dude. It's everything now.
Yeah, no, like a couple days ago, I spent way too much time on the Type Moon wiki just reading about the Awazaki sisters and all the fucking implications of their existence and all the fucking fate works. I'm just like, and fucking Tsukihime works and fucking other works. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. That's why I was laughing earlier today when Cars, everyone's favorite fate tweeter.
Yeah.
Well, mentioned,
Translates a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps up with the JP news.
Says that, oh shit, I fucked up. Talking about how Crunchyroll has listed Kara no Kyokai as under Fate. And I'm all like, yes, but no, but actually yes.
By the way, I also want to throw out there, I mean, they're owned by Papa Sony now, so I don't know, but it's very funny. Crunchyroll has this listed as Fate, and more Fate. You can't escape Fate. And I'm like, you're not wrong, but also the cheek.
No, but I spent like several hours at work. Unfortunately, my numbers suffer. Just reading up on this, I'm just like, what does it all mean? What does it all mean?
Numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
So no, like I can completely understand that. I really don't do it like with music and whatnot. Because like I said, like I guess sometimes I'll get on it with composers and whatnot, like for anime soundtracks and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Because unfortunately, I'm not very good at names. I can only keep a few in my head. Like I can keep like Yuki Kajira, who people might know. She did the OST for like a Kara no Kyokai, and did she do it for Zero as well? And Limited Play Works. I can't remember.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I believe she's done most of the major compositing for Fate stuff.
Yeah. And
for
then
the actual anime.
And then Sawano Hiroyuki, because I love his style. It's great. But unfortunately, other than that, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck it is. But actually, Yuki Kajira just did something else recently. I can't remember what it was. I don't know.
But I think there's definitely some, in general, there's something to be said there for, like you said, like with artists. That's definitely a thing where, like, I feel like chasing down the artist hole is a lot easier than genres these days, almost. Like, you hear a song, you're like, who did that? I'm gonna look through the back catalog, and sometimes it's a fluke, and sometimes it's not. But you find a lot of stuff that way. Like, I remember like my love for Glitch Mob was just somebody. It may have actually been You Can Make the World Stop, but it was just one of their songs. And I was like, ooh, this is good. This is that electronica stuff I like. And then I just listen to their entire fucking discography, and then I keep up. It's a lot easier to fall down that hole. And, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, we're not music people, but I've talked about this. Music is integral to my work cycle. Because when I am working hard on writing, I am listening to something. Instrumental music and OSTs are usually better than that, than straight up music. Like music with lyrics, because lyrics are words, and that requires word brain. And I need my word brain to write word, not read word. But yeah, so I listen to shitloads of music. You can tell I'm probably working on an idea, whether or not I'm actually like typing it working. But you can tell I'm working on an idea when I'm listening to shitloads of music. Sometimes that's on YouTube, but sometimes that's on soundtracks I've downloaded onto my machine. I have put the file on the computer so I can do it offline.
Bumpa Chicken's like super fucking popular. I'm not really into them. I'm more of a man with a mission kind of guy. I
am not immediately familiar with Bump of Chicken, but if it's an anime thing, it's probably because I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, it's a popular Japanese band. Very popular. Like, actually super popular. I think, like, their songs is, like, one... Like, behind Cruel Angel's Thesis, it's, like, one of the most karaoke... Some of their songs are, like, the most karaoke songs ever.
Interesting. Man with a Mission is pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, I'm thinking about that flow.
I literally had to go, like... Every time I think about it, that and Kick-Ass, I have to go find that fucking meme of the dude in the car. Because it just resonates so well. Actually, I think I have it somewhere actually pretty close. I do! Here, I'll post it in general, just because I like posting it there.
It's been 15 years. We have a 15th anniversary version of Go by Flow, which you remember as one of the iconic Naruto openings. One of the iconic.
I posted the meme in the fucking in general.
Yeah, in general, Jibunwo. Which I'm not. You know, you got to put the full English on it, but you know that one.
Mm-hmm.
Code. Though, speaking of like weird anime genres, that reminds me, like I think just internet memes got me into Eurobeat. Like I've never actually watched Initial D, but I've heard Eurobeat because cool, and I love the beats.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we may have once again slammed our music topic to death. We like music, we listen to music, but we don't understand music.
And you know what? That's fine.
Yeah. Listen, to go back to our talk about like art forms and like, you know, popular media versus like high art or whatever, you don't have to understand something to enjoy it. Like you can read novels which are simple or which are complex and heady, and you don't have to understand like literary tricks and like tropes and artistic styles or whatever, you know, authorial styles and all that deep cut writing shit. Which I would also like to say, hi, I took several classes of creative writing in English and all that bullshit. I don't always follow that or agree with those things either. Rules are for suckers, but except when they're not. But you can just enjoy shit and just, so long as you understand what you like, not necessarily understand why you like things, but like what you like and then how to find more of it and how to explain, you know, what you like, that's fine. You don't know how to justify why you like something. You can just like things. Humans are weird. You were talking about like people are asking about like formative years and like characters who influenced your preferences, and I'm just like, I don't fucking know. But I know that when I was a kid, I was a squishy, you know, brain blob, and then stuff just stuck to me, and then it stayed that way. That's how your tastes in media are too.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I probably picked up on anime so much because we didn't really... I've talked about this before. My family were early cord cutters. So I lost my access to the Cartoon Networks and the Disney Channel and stuff somewhere in my zone of the formatives. So that just left the 4 kids. So guess what? Watched a lot of anime. Watched a lot of shitty English anime dubs.
I did too.
Also watched other Saturday morning cartoons, you know.
I you know talking about like, you know, Static Shaw and stuff, but no, like fuck, when Adult Swim came out, that
Yeah, we did switch back to cable, and Adult Swim was my fucking jam.
There was a fucking New York Times article about this, but the New York Times wants me to fucking subscribe to read their articles. I'm all like, no.
Negative.
That's a negative. But
Adult Swim is a deep cut though. They I don't remember if we talked about it. They hit an anniversary recently.
Yeah.
Good for them. Quality shit. Love it. God, that's its own, like, Adult Swim is such an aesthetic. I have such vivid memories, probably because I captured some of those on tape, but like fucking Adult Swim bumpers, like between commercials.
I love those
like,
so much.
Like, I have such vivid memories because this is how they would do the promos as well. But I have vivid memories of them like promoing like Inuyasha movies on like Saturday nights. They're like, hey, instead of our regular programming, we're going to show you the Inuyasha movie. Here's the trailer, but also here's our bumpers, and then just, you know, beats under it. And I'm like, damn. I just remember it so vividly, and lots of other weird shit they would do for bumpers.
All kids out of the pool.
They love their bumpers, and then they were pioneers in the white text on black background genre.
I love that so much. You don't understand how much I enjoyed reading those things.
I mean, hell, that's so iconic that without even thinking about it, that's when I do messages inserts. Like, I've done this a couple times for progression. I do that. I do black background and white text. Also because I've come around in my life, I'm a huge fan of night mode. Night mode is better. Much better on the eyes. I have been staring at white-ass screens for too many years. I'm done with that shit. Night mode forever, baby. But yeah, like, that's just my instinct is just, no, we put the black background on the white text. That's how it is. That's how you do a text bumper. And some people won't even know. They won't even realize. Terrible shame. Some zygotes.
We brought it
DDR
back.
music was indeed interesting.
Actually, didn't we get on this whole topic by... Well, no.
Well, yeah, we looped back around, but it kind of got started because we started talking about generations, and I did mention the funny zygote thing as like the generational gap and how sometimes I feel very old. even though I am not that old. Or am I? Am I old? I don't know. What is time? What is age?
Age is the period between when you live and when you die.
Correct. Anyway, I mentioned this earlier, but there was a little thing that, speaking of kind of our little internal Discord memes, there was a thing that took off a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to bring up again because I tweeted about it and I mentioned it earlier. God knows how or why somebody found it, but I think it was Discard originally. But somebody in our general chat was just like, yo, I found this fucking... I was by the New York Times. Oh, no, okay. Discard started posting, like, almost like turning it into a shit post, basically talking about it. It's weird questions, but, like, it was Nor. Or possibly Nore. I don't know how you pronounce your name. I've never heard you speak it. But they linked a New York Times quiz, which is just, hey, how do you speak? Figure out your personal dialect map and answer these, 20 questions or whatever. Which both of us did. But it was very interesting because this question is full of all kinds of like weird answers.
Mm-hmm.
You can look it up. It's like just probably Google like New York Times dialect quiz. It's apparently old. I think it says it's linked from like 2014, but it's very funny. I talked about this. Some of it is very clearly like foreign slang that's been thrown in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do want to talk about OSP, but I might come back to that. But I wanted to mention the dialect thing because I was thinking about it again, and I don't want to lose that thought, as we often do as we fall down our own media holes, our talkie holes. But yeah, like, just check it out. It's interesting. You'll probably hear some terms you've never heard before. Like, I remember I brought up one. It was question 24. What do you call an easy high school or college course? And I was like, I've literally never heard of anyone use this term before. And I went to college. I have technically two college degrees. I have an associate's and a bachelor's. But yeah, I wrote out my whole normal ass college term. Never once did we refer to like our easy but necessary classes that way. Like, I can understand why you would call it like a blow off. I'm very curious where the fuck crypt course comes from. But yeah, I was just like, what the fuck? We nobody in my college talked about their college courses like this. But shocking nobody, I tweeted it out. Spoilers, my dialect map is very Eastern Seaboard heavy, especially Florida. But all over the East. So yeah, that should shock nobody. Yes, I say y'all. I've had some people say I'm not very Southern, and I really am not, because I was born in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where my map is the coolest. My dialect is least like my native land, but I have lived in South and Central Florida long enough that I have picked up some dialectisms. Florida's interesting as well. I remember Robin took the quiz, and he was like, apparently the internet says I'm Floridian, and I'm like, actually, Robin, that tracks, because you're Canadian. We call them snowbirds. We have a lot of Canadians who come down in Florida, especially South Florida, to vacation and winter. Because at least back in the day, before the great economicing, first time, you could buy housing pretty cheap. So there, you would get like a trailer home, a mobile home, or like a small prefab, and you would just ride out the super cold winter months down here. There was entire I don't want to say like transient, but like seasonal communities, and you'd see the fucking Canadian flag flying over them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, either Canadians are probably visiting Florida and stealing our slang and going back, or because they are a regular part, they have had an impact on slang. So people in Florida, maybe especially Central South Florida, maybe sound more Canadian. I don't know, but I was like, no, Robin, I understand this. And then you posted yours. You're busy playing 14, so I'll scroll until I find it.
And mine's interesting. Mine definitely has a concentration, but I think there's only like 2 little spots which are blue. Everything else is kind of red.
Yeah, let me pull you up to full. You phone posted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the map clocks you as incorrectly, I think, as speaking with a Reno dialect.
I don't know what that means.
That is not correct.
I don't know what that means.
Reno, Nevada. But no. Your dialect is very on New Orleans. Very not New Orleans. That is the coolest blue. And then there's some slight patches around Cleveland, Ohio, and I believe that that would be Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is where you are not like. But allegedly, according to this map, you speak more like a Wisconsinite than I do.
I don't know about that. But
I don't know. Like your deepest red, I've got it pulled up. Your deepest red is North California and the Rocky Mountains, basically.
well, yeah, I can kind of see it. Like the Pacific Northwest is probably like where I picked up most of it, but I grew up everywhere. Like oh geez, let's see here. I've lived in California. I lived in Texas. I was born in Mississippi. I lived in Michigan. I lived in Virginia. I was in the military. I went overseas. Here's the thing. People who go into the military, they're gonna have weird dialects. You know why? Because I was actually thinking about this. Because you're gonna meet a whole bunch of people from fucking everywhere, and you're gonna start picking up on their verbal tics.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty common. That's actually, I mentioned Snow Crash earlier. That was a funny thing because the protagonist hero wasn't in the army, but he was an army brat, and he talked about how everybody's race when you're an army brat is army.
Yeah.
Because you all go to the same schools, you grow up in the same places, you go from the same bases, so everybody is basically the same.
Yeah. You just become this giant, this giant pot, and everything just kind of blends together. So no, it's like, yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, no, it makes sense. But I also feel this because I'm also kind of inconsistent with how I speak and whatnot, I think.
Well, to go back to our like globalization conversation earlier, which actually was relevant because there was a question about what your slang term is for when it's raining when the sun is out, and down here in Florida we call those sun showers.
Yeah, I used to call them sun showers. That was before I became a weeb, though.
Yes, but the quiz has Fox's wedding on there, which is that's a East Asian thing. Literally that's where one of Tomo's skill names comes from. So like, yeah, no, that's not an American term. I could see how that could be seen as like because there are a lot of Asian Americans on the West Coast. Like that was a brought in slang thing, but that is definitely foreign in origin. And like that's globalization though, right? Like you didn't organically learn that. Well, I guess you did organically learn it, but you organically learned it through your interest, not through like learning language.
Yeah.
Same for me. Like there's like they asked about what do you call like a round road thing, not like a cul-de-sac. I don't even think that was on the poll, but like what do you call it when you have to do like a circular interchange on a highway or whatever?
Yeah.
I think of those as roundabouts, but I also am like, that's fucking British slang though. Like I know that. Like I think on the sneakers question, they were like, one of them was like trainers, and I'm like, no, I don't call them trainers. That's a Britishism. But if somebody said trainers, I would recognize it.
Yeah, no, but I call them roundabouts.
Yeah. Now, some people may just call them that because they like thinking about roundabout. The famous song, also used as the ending for JoJo.
Nope, I call them roundabouts because you go roundabout them.
Yeah. And cul-de-sac is French. But that specifically is a dead end. That's a suburb thing. I've lived on cul-de-sac.
I call them cul-de-sacs if they're that big circle with like all the houses on the end.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like in my mind, it's only a cul-de-sac if it's a circular dead end in a suburb.
Yes.
That is what the cul-de-sac is, because I have lived on those cul-de-sacs.
I have too!
Yeah, suburbs. Suburb 5. But, like, the shoe question was interesting, because, like, that was, like, what do you call them by default? And I'm like, sneakers. And then for some reason, the map, and again, if the map's older, maybe that's how it was, but the map was, like, it put sneakers in, like, Maine for some reason. I don't know if that's, like, originally a super northeast thing where that originated, but, like, I feel like sneakers is common enough that that's just generically what people call them a lot of places.
Like, honestly,
it's not necessarily everyone's preferred term, but most people understand what you mean when you...
Yeah, like, I have to say this about sneakers, tennis shoes, and running shoes. Like, I use those just interchangeably without thinking about it.
Yeah, I think I favor sneakers, but I will also absolutely sometimes call something a running shoe or a tennis shoe, despite having never played tennis in my life. At least I'm pretty sure. If I did, it was when I was a kid and they taught you all the sports and I wasn't getting good at it.
I actually do like playing tennis, but I am out of shape and will die.
I was never very gifted at the classical sportings. Football, playing like, street football with the kids in the gated community. That's probably about as athletic as I got.
Oh What sports did I like?
I played a little soccer. I played t-ball like everybody else, but I don't. When you're playing t-ball, I don't think that communicates athletic ability. When you're hitting, the ball is literally standing still, and when you're catching versus kids who are trying to hit a ball which is standing still. It's not exactly a great context. I played some soccer teams, but our league was literally 3 teams. We were the shittiest.
Oof.
I don't know why we were the shittiest, but we were. I mostly played, defense, and I don't know anything about that, so I don't necessarily. I wasn't critically analyzing why we were shitty. We were it was a stupid youth soccer league, so we were just having fun. And also, I like to play defense because con has always been my dump stat, and when they made me play midfield, I fucking died. Midfielding is the suckiest, because that's when you have to run your ass up both ends of the field. Damn. I always wanted to get into martial arts. Never did. We were never, near a place where we could. Gesundheit. Double Gesundheit.
Thank you. Ugh.
I also always wanted to take up fencing, but that was, back in the day, that was, way too fucking posh and weird. I bet now if I wanted to go, looking for fencing studios or HEMA or something, that would be a lot easier. But, that's because back in the day, nerds didn't rule the world. But yeah, so the dialect thing was very funny. You should dig that up. You can find it on our Discord if you want. It amused me for a whole afternoon. Many people were finding it very interesting, their choice of the. Also, while we're getting a slight lull in the conversation, I want to throw this. I have found a reasonably funny meme on the internet.
Oh.
By a person, but it involves some, shall we say, charged language, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to just throw this out in general, but I will share it with Lucky in the mod channel.
Oh.
I think it's funny. Speaking, by the way, of artists where you may give some people sussy eyes if they mention them. Yeah, it's funny.
What? Oh, sorry. I was like, I wish I had a little bit more context for this, but no.
No, it's there's literally no context. The artist even says in the video, I don't know why I made this.
So clear. Oh god. So probably it just means that they saw a good image and they're like, yeah, no, I can use this. I can make this a format. Oh.
And it has become a meme. It is now a reaction image. Several people ask, "Can I use this?" And literally, in the replies, the artist is like, "Yes, you can share." But I was like, I don't know if I would just throw this out into our general chat on Discord just in case.
Yeah.
But I was like, this amused me. I would like to share this with Lucky.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate this. My day has been made infinitesimally better.
Nice meme, they say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I teased some people, so I do want to talk about the latest OSP video a little. Because I said I wanted to talk about it because I have some thoughts and feelings.
Thoughts, feelings.
I'm very jelly, Psyche. That's all the shit I want to learn about. Like I said, like HEMA, historical European martial arts, but never had the opportunity yet. I will at some point, I'm sure.
Oh lordy, he coming.
Are you hanging out with a Ninja Turtle?
Kind of.
I just saw the cutscene. I'm like, that guy's got a katana and he's got a turtle back. Are you fucking friends with a fucking Ninja Turtle? Also, were you just holding out your summoner book threateningly?
Yeah, no, that's how it is. I
appreciate they went to the effort to give everybody their animations in the scenes, right? But I'm like, that was a little funny. Just watching you put away your book like you're putting away a gun.
Listen, I've bonked people with this book. It hurts.
But okay, so OSP, we talked about how, we're on the verge of needing an OSP drinking rule in Let's Talk FGO and stuff. They do a rotation of videos. I'm reasonably certain, because Red has been yelling about werewolves for literal months, that the Halloween special this year, as we get closer, will be Misk Myths werewolves or whatever. I am super jazzed, because werewolf lore is fucking wild. Like humans being wolves, that's an old ass thing. It's been around forever, and I am eager to see what madness Red has found. But this week was a trope talk. Specifically, earlier I mentioned a thing. Tropes are not bad, which is a TV tropes trope, which is like tropes are not inherently bad. It's just about usage. Like you can argue that there are some historical tropes which may be what the kids say problematic. But even then, those are probably not inherently like sinister. It's just they're probably very tone deaf and awkward, and you should not use them unless you are applying them in a proper context, like everything else. But fridging, or women in refrigerators, is the original term Gail Simone coined, is kind of one of those things where it's if somebody is noticing that you are performing the fridging, it's probably a bad thing. Yeah. It is a detail that, as a writer, the audience probably should not be taking note. And if you don't know for what it is, you can watch the whole trope talk, but so you don't have to pause this live stream and go do that.
Yeah.
The short version is it comes from a Green Arrow comic, I think, or Green Lantern. One of the DC Greens, a very infamous comic where our hero comes home to find his girlfriend dead and stuffed in a refrigerator for no reason other than just because the villain wanted to fuck with him. And it's kind of an homage for how certain characters in certain genres of fiction are treated. Yeah, Lantern. And like I said, it's why specifically some people call this by the name of women in refrigerators, because it's kind of a thing. Yeah, it is Lantern.
I dug it up real quick. It's been popularized that because Gail Simone, book writer, website Women in Refrigerators and whatnot.
Yeah, she popularized the term. Yeah, and I mentioned her earlier by name. But yeah, so, but the TV tropes, of course, has boiled this down to a science of just being stuffed in the fridge, and then the internet has shortened that to just the verb fridging. So, fridging is when you kill a character for no reason other than to cause another character emotional trauma. Not even to cause the audience emotional trauma, because usually the character you are fridging, the audience doesn't know and doesn't give a shit about.
Yeah.
And so, there's some interesting litmuses for, like, what is and isn't fridging. Some stuff definitely is, like, cheap character deaths that's not fridging. And I think Red has some good examples about what it is and is not fridging. That said, I do feel kind of like there was some stuff that, like, not, like, upset me. But, like, I feel like there were some examples where we could have gone an extra step and, like, clarified a little. For instance, she talks about how usually if your character death is happening off screen, that's an example of a fridging. Because if you can't even be bothered to show the death on screen, then how do we, like, are you really building up an emotional impact? But I do want to say, I do feel like some context was missed there, because a lot of our visual mediums have existed in times where there are certain things you cannot show all audiences, and possibly there are people who will yell at you or take money from you if you attempt to show certain audiences certain things. So, like, I do think that that's a decent litmus of, like, well, if the death occurred off screen, how impactful could it be? But, like, some of the visual examples she used, I feel like was, like, not necessarily appropriate. Like, for instance, she brought up the death of, like, just visually, it wasn't like a deep dive on, like a deep dig on Star Wars, but visually she brought up the death of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru in A New Hope, which is kind of has some hallmarks of a fridging, because immediately after Luke resolves this emotional pain, he's like, Mr. Obi-Wan, can I go on my space adventure now? My home's kind of been burned to the ground. And then we never speak of them again. That is a classic sign of the fridging, by the way. If you never mention that character who got murdered to cause emotional angst ever again, a little fridgy.
Put on ice.
But also, I do want to throw this out there. It's not like there wasn't any build-up to Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, right? Like, in case you guys forgot, A New Hope is on Tatooine for like 30 fucking minutes. It's long. It feels long these days because there's a lot of slow landscape shots. You do actually get some buildup of these characters, but more importantly, Star Wars came out in like the late 70s. I believe it was rated like G or PG. PG-13 didn't exist at the time. That wasn't until Indiana Jones: The Temple of Doom, which is a little bit later. So if y'all don't remember, y'all don't remember A New Hope? When we discover Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen have been killed, they're burned up skeletons. You could not show them dying and becoming burned up skeletons on stream without making Star Wars a wildly different movie film.
What was the rating for Terminator 2? Because I just remember the scene where she's just staring, then gets blasted by atomic fire. What was that? What were
R, baby. Terminator 2 Judgment Day 1991, R.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like, that, in the late 70s, too, when Star Wars originally came out, that was like, I mean, you could be a little loosey-goosey. Like I said, parental guidance was very broad until I think it was a wombo combo of, I think, Gremlins and Temple of Doom.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, Gremlins came out and had to be rated PG because it wasn't R, but it also wasn't G.
Mm.
And then when Temple of Doom came out, they were like, fuck it, we're adding PG-13. There's some imagery in this. There's some ideas here that maybe kids of all ages shouldn't be seeing. We're going to recommend it for teenagers first. And then parental guidance from there on. But, like, you could not show that death on screen. Now, obviously, and I think some of what Red is getting at when she's talking about the general trope, as a writer and as filmmakers and, you know, cinematographers and whatever, you can arrange the bits so maybe you don't have to have this very gory death on screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru don't have to be skeletons. They're probably skeletons because George Lucas was like, how can we communicate the homestead has been destroyed without spending the budget we don't have, and also getting our actors to lay down in the hot Tunisian sand because we're shooting on location in the middle of fucking nowhere, the desert. I don't know, get some skeletons out of the prop closet, get some smoke machines, start some small fires. The homestead is burnt down, right?
All right.
But still, just because you could write it a different way doesn't mean that there aren't real world limitations, you know?
Well, I think that's that's the weird balancing act of what things. It's like,
yeah,
like you can't you don't necessarily always have the resources to go into, you know, big storytelling segments about
right.
like why this. And here's the problem. And if you do, you might find people starting getting attached to said characters, and then when they're gone, they're fucking devastated and might not like that.
Yes, because character deaths in general are dicey, and I'm sure Red doesn't mean this, but I think with the combination of Fridging and her character death trope talk, it may sound like Red is anti-character death. But I find it funny that Red has gone on record. She talked about this in several videos about like grimdark and like realism or whatever. She doesn't like gritty realism, grimdark. But I'm like, Red, there's a slight contrapposto here where you're like, showing deaths off screen might be bad, but I know she watches a lot of, like you and I do, a lot of media arguably aimed at children or young adults where, oh my god, how many cartoons have you watched where they've done that fucking hard smash cut to like, bad guy draws a knife, very clearly this person is going to die, smash cut to, the hero finds their body in the rain later, right? Well, yeah, no, the actual point of her trope talks is you should build up your character's death and you should properly flesh out your characters if you're trying to make character deaths be meaningful. I don't know if she's necessarily explained this out outright, but she writes and does stuff and doesn't have analysis. I know Red knows, and I know, like, and I'll spoil for this if you're not a literary guy. Some characters just aren't important, actually. Fictional universes are fictional. They're not like real life where every human being has an individual story and their own thoughts and hopes and desires. Characters are not like that. Some characters are literally props. And yes, there are a lot of bad writing tropes where, like,
oh, I should check that out.
You know, when you treat characters as props, that's bad. But no, some characters are not meant to be important. You can totally have throwaway characters who die as kind of a backstory or tone setting. Like, say you're watching, like, a war movie. It starts with, like, a D-Day or a trench sequence, and there's a whole bunch of characters you don't know, but they're fucking dying all around you. That's tone setting, right? The fact that those characters, as characters, don't fucking matter, but the fact that you see images or you see descriptions of humans just dying in the streets bloodily, you're like, okay, tone setting, right?
Right.
So, yeah, sometimes characters just die because that's just the way both the world works and the expectations of the people at home. There's an important thing about not losing your audience. You have to be careful about not losing your audience the other way, too. Like, if characters don't die in circumstances where you think they should die, you can also lose your audience the other way. So I think it is a balancing act, and I do kind of feel like I said, I feel like in the Fridging video, Red went a little too hard on, like, all the ways you can tell when a Fridging is and how to writers just be better. But I'm like, if you were genuinely starting with no writing experience, you may not understand that, like, no, what I'm sure Red isn't actually saying, and what she should not be saying, and what I am not saying, is that, like, every character matters. You can't just kill any characters willy-nilly. You have to, like, give everybody fully fleshed out character arcs. No, 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 no. That's way too much fucking work. Don't do that. That's dumb. You're gonna kill yourself. Like, and think about, like, like, literary medias as well. Think about, like, TV and movies and stuff, right? Extras exist, right? Literal extra characters. In theater, they're called spear carriers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Literal background characters. They're not important. They're not deep, but they're like the point of fridging is don't use character deaths as a cheap motivating factor, and like work them out. But I do feel like I said, the examples used with this off-screen litmus test kind of rub me the wrong way, because I'm like, listen, I've watched a lot of kids' cartoons. I don't think it's a cheap death if you like show the bad guy going to kill and then, you know, smash cut away and find the body. You got the implication that that character was fucking murdered, just we can't show you that on a TV Y7 program. Right?
Right.
Not every show can be literally Conan the Barbarian, which shows you explicitly in the opening sequence that Thulsa Doom rides into Conan's village, kills his parents, you know, steals his dad's sword, and is like, send this child away to be a slave. Steal is dumb. I'm going away. Right? Like, not every setting can actually get you into the nitty-gritty. Sometimes you have to shorthand. Sometimes characters aren't important. I think a good example of this actually is something Red talked about, of a example that was good and then becomes fridging. I have never watched the TV series Supernatural. I think there's like 13 or whatever fucking seasons, and guess what? All that shit can't be good. There's no way that's good for 13 seasons. I'm fine. I'm good. I think I missed the boat on that one. If you enjoy it, that's fine, but I'm like, nah. That's a little too much effort for me. But she talks about how the show opens, which, like she said, kind of was a turnoff for her. And I can understand why. So the start of the pilot of Supernatural, as she describes it, is our main characters are kids. They're brothers. Their dad is there. Their mom is there. You know, you get to see them with their family a little bit. Nice, you know, sweet world building. And then their mother gets demonically stuck on a ceiling and exploded. Not joking, by the way. Literal, like, explosion effect. That's one way to get around, you know, being too gory, is just explode them with fire. That is, like, basically a horror trope, right? Like, that's a shocking twist. That's, like, a tone setter. Like, holy shit, supernatural thing is real, and it has impacted these characters' lives in a real way. And then we smash cut to the brothers as adults. One of them's in college, and we literally do the same thing to the brother who doesn't want to get involved. He's refusing the call to action. He has a college girlfriend who's not a character, who's not introduced. She gets demonically stuck to the ceiling and exploded in the exact same special effect. That is a fridging. That is a cheap, motivating kill that is meaningless, because who the fuck is this character? You literally hard cut to them as adults, introduced a girlfriend, and then immediately exploded her. That doesn't do anything, you know? And I think ultimately, if you're thinking about fridging, that's what the actual cut is like, it's the really cheap stuff. The, like, is it cheap because it's off-screen, right? Like, yes, that can be a litmus test. I don't think that's a perfect example, though. And I don't know, maybe I'm overestimating, you know, the potential audience. Like, probably not a lot of people who watch OSP's videos about Trope Talks are going to be, like, amateur filmmakers and animators, but some of them might be. And, you know, you should keep across, like, what your limits are, because, like, I don't necessarily agree that, like, about, like, you know, censorship. We've talked before about kids can handle more than you think they can. But also there is some stuff that maybe kids shouldn't handle. You shouldn't necessarily show, like, a four-year-old Hellraiser, you know? Like, that might be traumatizing. They might not be ready to psychologically process some of that shit.
And honestly, to be fair, there's just some things that make people uncomfortable to see.
Yeah, no. I mean, like
we're
listen, Red never acknowledges the also bad trope of the use of the sexual violence before the murder. That's another cheap emotional punch.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a discredited trope, because you should not be using that as a cheap backstory emotional payout either. But also, if you are using it, and you are using it in a meaningful way, you should probably not show that on screen unless you want to wildly affect your rating and target audience.
No.
Because that also makes people super uncomfortable.
Yeah. Like we've talked about this before. Like, I think it has this place and stuff, but it's not a big place. It's very
No. There are so many bad examples and very few good examples out there. It is one thing. It is speaking of tropes are not bad. That is something you should use with caution. Okay,
very lot of caution. It's like this is
and if you have to ask yourself, is this absolutely necessary? And the answer is no. Perhaps just skip it.
Just skip it. It's like this again. This is why again I really like the fucking Orc Hero store because they handle this really fucking well. Again.
But yeah, so like, and I can see that if you're especially if you're writing like typical like literary fiction, if you're writing like short fiction on the web, or you're writing an amateur novel or whatever, or drawing a webcomic or something, which is basically comic book style. Oh yeah, no, there are probably lots of people who are accidentally fridging characters. God knows I probably accidentally fridged a few characters in my time. Probably not a lot, just because I don't know. Maybe it's just the school of like anime I've gone with is I don't necessarily. Killing characters is a big deal. This was a big deal in Red's trope talk. Killing characters is serious business unless you can just undo deaths. So, like, I don't know. I think I've always been in my own writing been careful about it. In like tabletop stuff, that's more interactive with the players. So,
listen, I don't like seeing people die. I will bust my balls to save somebody if I know about it. That's why.
And in general, probably killing NPCs off screen is fridging. But sometimes you have to kill NPCs off screen because if they're on screen, the players will literally die before that NPC does. So
I mean, that's like that wasn't necessarily the intent with Master Lago, but that's kind of what fucking happened with Master Lago. It was up to a dice roll, but it was something that we.
Yeah, I decided I didn't want to do it deliberately. I wanted to randomize it and make it imperative on your efforts. And I was writing him out of the story anyway.
Yeah.
It just would not have been permanent if it had not come down to chance. But
yeah.
I think him dying can be more long-term impactful, but he suffered the mentor problem, where he was your guiding light, and I was like, I want to loosey-goosen up the player characters a little bit for this final push,
Mm-hmm. And that's why I won't call it fridging, but it is like one of those things of all like, yes, no, if we had known that he would maybe in the state of dying, we might have done some crazy shit.
Yeah. Which, honestly, and some of that, like I said, I was kind of trying to avoid that. I didn't want to necessarily warp your decisions by making it mechanically clear that, like, live or die, man. I alluded to the fact that he was going to have to go basically solo. He would be in danger like you would be in danger, but I was not like, there is a death clock ticking here,
Death clock.
Not that kind of clock. But yeah, I do think a better litmus test that is probably more telling that Red talked about was she called it the personal possession test. If your character would be just as emotionally distressed if you broke their favorite object as if this character died, that's probably a bad character death. I don't know how true that test is because that's pretty harsh if you think about it. But there's plenty of fridging and cheap emotional deaths. In general, this is a good general rule, and I agree with Red's philosophy on this. She's also talked about this. Don't go for cheap heat with the audience, right? Cheap heat coming from wrestling, obviously. Like, there are a lot of cheap shots. The sexual violence, as I said, that's usually cheap heat. Mm-hmm. Don't do that. Don't do that for cheap heat. That's not a cheap heat subject.
Don't do that.
Yes, that's usually a deep, visceral, emotional reaction. That also is a subject you should touch with some sensitivity, This is why fridging is used. It's because, generally murder or sudden death is also very emotionally volatile to people, but that doesn't mean you should use it that way. Like, certainly a unexpected death can add that edge of realism because that's how real life works, Shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
But you should not necessarily be using it that way all the time. And definitely as a character motivator, I think is when it's at its shittiest, when you're like, no, the villain has stabbed your girlfriend.
What will
you do? Your hometown has burned down. But also, like, your hometown is burned down in, like, the middle of Act 1, or the end of Act 1. Like, if we start with your hometown burning down, that's just back.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion. Like, there are definitely like the first death in the supernatural thing. Sometimes character deaths are just set up. They are pre-existing factors that motivated our character before they are on screen.
Actually, I will say, like, if the death is basically the step into the next act, I think that's probably also okay too. Like, it sets up the circumstances for what's going to happen next. not just
and hopefully if the character who is being killed has like had some development and some payoff, right?
Yeah, because like I'm trying to like because like I've heard of the term fridging and whatnot, but I can't necessarily wrap my head around it because I'm just like, who just fucking introduces someone just to kill them so that the guy maybe gets a little, the main character gets a little upset? Like, I'm sorry, because
mostly comic books and comic book movies, I think.
Because that's the thing, like, if someone, like, killed someone close to me, I mean, guess what? We're starting a whole fucking revenge arc, like, right the fuck meow. But no, like, when I think about it, it's like, no, they just seem slightly up. I think this is what Red means by favorite possession, because from what I can say, when usually, like, someone dies or something, usually heroes just get a little bit upset.
They get a little nettled. There's some couple of tears.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I don't think Uncle Ben is fridging because the classic Spider-Man setup is Spider-Man has, Peter Parker has this relationship with his Uncle Ben. It's very deep. He says some stuff to Pete as Pete develops powers, and then, Peter does a goof up, and that causes Uncle Ben's death, and he spends some last words, and that is, like, motivating him. That's a mentor death. Mentors die a lot because mentors are very rarely not complete characters, especially classical mentors. Like Obi-Wan in A New Hope is not a real-ass character. He doesn't really have an arc. He's just there to, like, tell Luke stuff and give him magic gifts and have some witty bants with Big V.
They're supposed
and then he's like, if you strike me down, I'll be more powerful. Fuck you.
It's supposed to be a guiding influence on the main character, basically. Yeah. But then once they've guided, they out.
Yes. Another thing is mentors are usually exposition, but also they are competence. And sometimes you need the characters to be incompetent for the plot to proceed normally and not just shortcut. Mm-hmm. I think FFG's rules actually have a great fix. They talk about like mentor characters and mentor stat blocks, and they talk about every mentor has a failing because you need a reason for why a mentor character who is mentoring these player characters is not just doing the plot themselves. Mm-hmm. So like, are they like injured? Are they emotionally distant? Are they like not clear in their guidance? Like technically, I think I picked that Master Lago was enigmatic. Like he was very hands off. He just kind of let you Socratic your way through problems.
Yep.
Well, also with Uncle Ben, there's a long history of comic book stuff. But no, yeah, like you said, I think it's very much a comic book thing where, like, you'll have a panel, oh no, this character's dead. What has science done? Kind of a thing, you know? Video games do this sometimes, too. No, there's some build-up to Mega Man X4 with Iris as a boss fight. She's a supporting character first, but, like, it's definitely that moment of, like, if you just cut out all the other drama around it and it's just that meme of Zero cradling her body yelling, "What am I fighting for?" That's fridging. If you only include that middle slight. And it's also important to note that, like, I think fridging can be a state in motion. Like, you can make it seem like a character's death is a fridging, but if those characters still give a shit about them afterward and their death is still remarked on, that's probably not a fridging. Like,
no, that means it has lasting implications.
Yes. Like, I think speaking of characters dying, like Obi-Wan's death, right? Literally, Luke has a scene to mourn Obi-Wan in the Millennium Falcon with, like, Leia and stuff, which he doesn't really do with his aunt and uncle. But also, that might just be the like, honestly, I'm like, that just seems like trauma. Like, he's just repressing that shit. He just saw some burned up skeletons, you know?
But, no, like, yeah, no, it's just...
And if you want some more context, like some examples about, yeah, Leia also is, like, really crushed by the Alderaan thing, even though that's, like, that's one of those things where, like, sci-fi scale gets in, you're like, holy shit, a whole planet, dude, damn.
Like, honestly...
But also, it's, like, just a flash of light.
Like, honestly, like, I don't know, like, I don't think I'd be necessarily upset, because I don't think I could actually just handle the scale. It's like...
Oh, yeah, no. And that's why you gotta be, talking of stakes, that's why you have to be careful with stakes, because if your stakes are too high, the audience just doesn't relate or doesn't believe you. Like, Red has a whole trope talk on save the world and how you gotta be careful with that, right? Mm. Like, if you put the context of the literal whole world at stake, that's often too big for audience members. They don't really get it, you know? Mm-hmm. And that's also why you see that save the world is usually a modern, like, post-globalization plot. Mm-hmm. Like, a lot of, like, classical, like, folk fiction and historical stuff was, like, maybe you're saving the known world, but that's usually, like, your country or your continent, right? Like, literally, Galactus will eat your planet did not occur until, like, way later.
I think the best way to do a save the world plot is only after the characters have actually traveled the world or at least a great breadth of it.
Yeah. You should not start the stakes at Save the World. You should escalate to Save the World.
Yeah.
Also, because if you start at Save the World, you have nowhere to escalate to, which is rough. This is why often you see Save the World plots don't actually escalate. They drill down. They become more focused. Think of Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? Aang he does need to save the world, right? Literally, it's in the opening crawl. Katara says, "I believe Aang can save the world by bringing balance to the four elements." The show doesn't really treat it like that for forever. Very early on, does Avatar Roku introduces the stakes of, "Yo, dog, this comet's coming back, and if you do that, firebenders will get really powerful, and you'll be super fucked. Bye, peace." And then he goes to the afterlife again until Aang decides to call him again on his spirit.
Ring, ring.
But all that does is really be like Aang's like, well, shit, before summer ends, I need to learn all my bending. Cool. The main stakes is just, it's like book per book, right? Like, in the first book, it's like, okay, we need to go all the way to the North Pole. We need to go to the literal other ass end of the planet so I can learn waterbending, because that's where the waterbending teachers are. And so the stakes are like, will Aang get there in a timely manner? Will he be stopped by Zuko, et cetera, et cetera? In season 2, in book 2, they shake this up. Like, it's, will Aang find his earthbending teacher? And then once he does, and he has his own problems learning earthbending, even though Toph is also the goat, that kind of explores into, while the Fire Nation is invading the Earth Kingdom, will they succeed? And guess what they do? Book 2 is a fucking Empire Strikes Back. It's a big downer. Aang fucking dies. He gets brought back to life, but he fucking dies. He gets shot with lightning. Zuko decides to become a heel, and Ba Sing Se falls. Damn. Deep cuts, right? High stakes. This sets our characters who have been, steadily on top of the world to be very much underdogs in the third season. But that's when our stakes get a lot more personal, because that's when Fire Lord Ozai is an actual fucking character, and we understand what we're dealing with and how fucked up he is and, like, what we need to do. Like, the stakes are, like, they become much more personal and emotional. Like, the ultimate stakes are not, oh, hey, I recognize that asshole. The stakes are not like, will Aang save the world? Because you're like, this is a kid's show. Of course Aang's going to save the fucking world, right? You don't believe that the Avatar writers making a mainstream primetime Nickelodeon show are going to pull the trigger, right? And they're going to burn the whole world.
Well, like, you can say that Avatar is a save the world story, but it's in the save the world story of how we going to save the world. It's the journey to save the world. Right,
but that's what I mean, right? Yeah. Like, that in the final season, the writers will not pull that trigger. What the stakes are the personal conflicts. The conflict is, does Aang have to kill a bitch? Yeah. Which he doesn't. No, he gets around that. Some people, I remember some teenagers and young adults back in the day thought it was an ass pull, but, I personally think that, philosophical stakes are better than just, playing to this weird thing we have in the West about you have to justify everything. Anime doesn't justify shit. Power-ups come from the heart. You just need willpower, then you'll win. And then the other personal stake is like, will Zuko resolve his personal conflict with Azula? Which the answer is, yeah, kind of.
Ish.
Zuko expresses self-love and self-sacrifice. He does not win the Agni Kai, but that's because it didn't actually matter. Also, that, orchestral piece is beautiful. But, like, that's what I mean, right? Like, Avatar is established as being about saving the world, but the stakes aren't really about saving the world. The stakes are about how will our characters do this, what will they have to sacrifice to do this, and what are the resolutions of these character arcs we've been building for 3 fucking seasons.
It's the journey, not necessarily the destination.
Yeah, so that's the thing about stakes, right? And you can use death to set up stakes, but you should be careful about it. Yeah. Ultimately. We wiggled a little bit off fridging from the end there, but, like, no, it's important. We had a conversation about tropes are not bad earlier. This is good amateur writing.
Like, no. Like,
and also professional writing.
I think the way I would say it is, like, I don't think people should necessarily be afraid of killing characters. But do not kill a character. Like, don't do it just because you have nothing better to do, I guess I should say. Yes.
This is a point that Red made in her character death trope talk that I agree with strongly. You have to remember that unless in your setting death is meaningless, Dragon Ball. Lots of other series too, but, like, Dragon Ball's the big one. Being dead's a fucking vacation in Dragon Ball. But where death is not the end of a character's existence, whether there's a spirit world we can fucking call on, or literally you can come back from the dead, whatever. When you kill a character, that's it. That character is dead. They are finished. You cannot do character interactions with other characters. You cannot complete their character arcs, whatever. This is often why you see heroic sacrifices coming after characters do a shitload of character building. This happens a lot with mentors. If you see mentors like develop a character arc and then resolve it, ooh, watch out, that guy's dead. That's a flag, everybody. So, like, you should not be killing characters just to kill characters unless, like I said, those characters are not characters and they're props, right?
Right.
You can kill extras all you want, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Red had some great... Speaking of comic movies, Red had some great points about how Gamora and Black Widow were treated recently by MCU. Black Widow's a weird thing. I don't know what the fuck Marvel was doing with that. Like, literally, she didn't get a movie until after her character death. But before her character death, because we went back in time, can we please stop doing that, Marvel? I don't know. I think I can watch Black Widow not on premium on Disney Plus. I should probably watch it to see what's up, but it's a weird thing. I always feel like the MCU writers didn't know what the fuck to do with Black Widow. Not that they don't know what to do with female characters, just I don't think they knew what to do with Black Widow. Which, to be fair, Black Widow's kind of a weird character. But yeah, no, like, watch out for sudden bursts of character development. That probably means that the author's trying to make you give a shit about this character before they die. That's a flag. Because, yes, when you kill a character, your audience should experience something of it, right? Unless, like I said, it's such a, like, backstory element or a tone-setting element that it doesn't matter to your audience to emotionally feel. It's more of, like, an intellectual, like, oh, we're in a moment where, characters can die at any time, And obviously, like I said, there's differences in media, Well, it's the spooky season, the spook season. If you think about, say, classic horror movies and slasher films, oh, yeah, no, some of those characters are literally stuffed in fridges. But it's not like fridging a character because the audience isn't trying to get any character payoff out of it. They're just trying to get the freakouts and the gores and the cool kills, right?
Yeah, it's just like, surprise, they're dead. They thought they were going to live? No. He was around the corner.
It's all just shock value and, like, playing the character roulette of, like, all right, who will die? Will it be that guy? Will it be that guy?
It's a game show.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into fucking the politics of fucking movie production, man.
Well, I believe the point is that I think the idea is that because the early MCU stuff was involved with a lot of Whedon at the helm, and while Joss Whedon writes some good TV, I believe there was some stuff that came out finally. Like a lot of people in the industry, he may have, been Me Too'd a little, and I'm like, all right, well, if that's that, if it's true, and if people back it up and they say it's true, then we should take it as true. Oh, not Whedon? Well, Whedon got involved in some stuff. There were some other things. I don't know. This is the interesting thing about this whole like rise up, which kind of died down when everybody had to stay inside. I wonder if that is meaningful. Executive stuff. Well, I don't know. That's not even political. That's like business backdoor stuff. But like, if that's how it is, that's how it is. But also, I mean, that's whatever.
Whatever.
That is how it is. It happened already.
Can't do anything about it.
No.
Are they still?
Yeah, I mean, are they still employed? Are you telling me I should not be giving Marvel money, or
like what do you want?
That's a different point, right?
Yeah. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. We're not getting it. We shouldn't get into that here.
That's it. That's some deep cuts there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, spoilers. Unfortunately, I can't control where my Disney Plus money goes. I hand Disney Plus my money. They decide where to distribute it. Yeah, they've been cut out. But
they've been cut out. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. It's a shame that affected the product. I hate it when real world shit affects the product, but sometimes real world shit affects the product, whether that's like socio-political backdoor stuff or whether it's, like I said, George Lucas just doesn't want to pay his old-ass actors playing Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru to lay in the hot Tunisian sand. Seriously, they were shooting on location in Tunisia in the middle of the literal fucking desert. Can you imagine if you had to, like, do takes while Mark Hamill reacts to you being dead laying down in the fucking sand? Ugh.
That sounds horrible.
No, yeah, fuck. Well, I mean, I asked in like a rhetorical way. I was like, I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. That was not necessarily invitation for a deep dive.
No.
Yes, I opined rhetorically. But yeah, no. There's. We got a little distracted there. I was thinking about like, oh yeah, character build. Like I said, you can make your audience realize that death is real and could be a possibility for your characters. Like I said, think about war movies, think about slasher movies, stuff like that. But the main point is, when you're trying to get your audience and your characters to buy into this payout, you should be careful and sensitive because, it's kind of final, death is.
Mm-hmm.
And if death isn't final, then what the fuck are you doing killing characters to establish stakes? It's meaningless. That's kind of the disconnect, right? Like, if death doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. You can't use that as stakes. This is a literal problem Dragon Ball has where, like, after a certain point, you just realize, oh, none of this actually matters. Like, I mean, it matters a little. Like, yeah, okay, if Perfect Cell wins, he's just going to blow up the fucking Earth. That'll destroy the Dragon Balls. So one of us has to, like, survive and go to Namek to get wished back, wished Earth back, or whatever. And actually, I think that would not work originally because the Namekian Dragon Balls can only bring back, like, one person at a time. But the Earth Dragon Balls are super cracked, and you can bring back everybody Boo has killed at once. But, like, there's still, like, a certain disconnect of, like literally in the climax of that arc, Trunk gets fucking murked, and it's, like, a big emotional moment for Vegeta, because, like, in the moment, you're like, oh, shit, my son is dead. But then later, they're literally like, and now you're back. Oh, hey, and we have 2 extra wishes.
Cool.
Let's take the bombs out of the androids so they can get character development, too.
Krillin needs a
Krillin
Y.
can bang one.
Yeah.
And then the other one goes on to become a literal park ranger. Good for him. Good for you, buddy. Also, I think, if I remember rightly from Super, I think 17 has like a wife and kids too, which is a little weird that Toriyama and the anime team on the Buu Saga did not think about that one.
Oh,
because I'm sure he was consulted for characters, but it's like you guys didn't. Literally for years, you guys have not talked, even though you have been on your own with your own family. That's weird. Aren't you twins? Anyway, no, it's just we didn't. That's retcon shit. We didn't think about that.
Oh no, like, I mean, that's not the first time. Time. Fucking, I laugh eternally about how Launch literally got forgotten in the transition. Literally just forgotten.
Where is she? What's she doing? We don't fucking know. I don't know if Toriyama knows or cares. If you ask him who Launch is, does he remember? People talk about Araki forgetting. Does fucking Toriyama remember? Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah.
But, oh no, I think we talked a lot about,
Yeah. Like, overall, I think it's a good trope talk. It's nice and long. It's like 19 minutes. If you want to know more about this subject, listen to it. I just definitely... The Park Ranger, I think, was a reference from, like, something that happened in, GX. GT. GX is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Follow-up. What was with the G thing? Generation? Was that like a... That was like a big 2000 thing. We called everything G in the sequel. That had to be like Generation, right? I guess that was just the slang at the time, talking about fucking how old we are. He does live alone on an island, though, doesn't he?
He's pretty much a park ranger because he protects all the species on the island.
Yeah.
I remember
He's not literally a park ranger, but no, I think he does live alone on a nature preserve island. It was Grand Tour, okay. The G sequels, though, was definitely a thing. Well, I mean, I think also talking about forgetting Super Saiyan 2, that's a whole dramatic arc payoff. Like, that is the problem that Toriyama remembering Super Saiyan became, where Super Saiyan became way less cool. When Goku goes Super Saiyan the first time, it's like, damn, that's deep cut. That's dramatic. I mean, then every motherfucker can do it, and you're like, that's not that dramatic anymore.
Yeah, literally, Krillin died. Again.
In a really mean-spirited way. And then Goku got really fucking mad, and he hulked out. And it was the buildup of the fact that, for this entire arc, Vegeta was talking about the fucking prophecy of the Super Saiyan that Frieza always feared. And then Frieza made his own fucking undoing. And classic... I also say this. Frieza's great. Great villain. with like all the classic like space opera failings, you know. Also, speaking of things that are, you know, funny things that you can show. Frieza does a lot of on-screen genocide.
Oh yeah.
Talking about showing your stakes, but he uses laser beams so you can get away with it. Also, I suspect in some edits for American TV, he did not get away with it.
Honestly, anime has that great thing where you can just bathe someone in light and just make them fade away, and you're like, no, they're done. They're fucking dead.
Hell, I suspect anime and manga probably started adapting that trope to get around censorship. Because, like, when it is not bathed in light, TV anime in Japan is hella censored. Have you watched JoJo lately?
No.
Like, especially considering that, remember, JoJo was started in somewhere in the 80s, I think it started.
Mm-hmm.
But in the height of the classic gore days, like old school JoJo and even new school JoJo, but like old school JoJo can be very gory.
Yeah, but no, like they fire a big laser, it covers the whole body somehow, and they're just like, no, as you know, they just slowly fade to white, and you're like, no, that guy's gone. It's great. I love it. But yeah, no, I guess
follow My Hero right now. I'm not up to date. I need to go back and watch the season that came out. The training arc stuff was a little slow, but I should catch up. There was a lot of good stuff there, I think. But anyway, no, but where I was going was and it's not even, they don't even need to do like a straight fade to light, though. Being like completely disintegrated can be its own kind of stakes raising, right? Like, holy shit, that guy's just gone. But like, you can just drop a smoking body with no external wounds and be like, he is dead. How did he die? I don't know. Energy beam overdose. Like, what's the fucking autopsy report on, you know, Mr. Piccolo eating an energy beam from Nappa, right? What's his cause of death on the autopsy report? Is it blunt force trauma? Are beams just punches with more special effects? Who knows?
Clearly,
That's what they said about Cyclops, that apparently his eye beams are actually like kinetic energy. They come from the punch dimension or whatever.
Yeah, just a dimensional plane of energy of some sort.
He's plugged into the plane of force, the elemental plane of force. Not our D&D elemental planes, which are also dumb. My favorite elemental plane is the elemental plane of cops. That's not originally my joke, but I will repeat it because I do love it. Because I played Payday 2.
I played Payday 2.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do.
How are there so many cops? We keep shooting them, but they keep coming.
Listen, one day you just have to play Payday 2 and then just remove the object limit and just see the mounds of cops' bodies. It's kind of fucking hilarious. That would just end up. It's so good. But where were you?
But yeah, no, like, but the other thing you can do is you can leave behind a corpse, or like, for speaking of like Cell dying forever, you can do that like slow dramatic, like his body goes to like the silhouette cutout and slowly disintegrates, which should be really gross, but isn't. It's actually really rad and iconic. But yeah, no, anime does that a lot. Like, and I know we joke about anime like people having too much blood. Though, funnily enough, I remember I just watched, speaking of visual effects and stuff, I just watched Corridor Crew did another VFX React with Seth Rogen, literal Seth Rogen, actually.
Wow.
It's not a joke. Like, he actually, like, you know, popped down to the set and sat on the couch with them. It's pretty cool. They've done a couple episodes. I think they brought him on because, in addition to acting, Seth Rogen also does a lot of, like, directing and producing. Mm-hmm. So he's, like, you know, he is legit in the biz. He's not just, funny weed man. Despite what the memes about Donkey Kong will tell you. But he talked a lot about how he's done, Corridor brought up, and he remarked on, he's done a lot of, like, head explosions, right?
Yeah.
And they asked him, like, what's the key to a good head explosion? And he's like, always do more blood than should be in a human. When your VFX guy tells you that's more blood than is in a person, you're like, good. Because it's not dramatic unless it's really, really overkill, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah, that I think is what anime is going for when people, like, bleed so much blood from light cuts. It's because you're trying to really sell the drama. Also, because we talked about this, Japan is very, very unashamed about homaging earlier stuff. There was absolutely some fucking 80s, you know, gore anime where, like, people just exploded in fountains of blood. Because those guys were replicating Kurosawa films where you needed a way to tell a guy was getting cut by a sword, so you stuck a fucking blood hose in there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Squibs don't work for sword cuts.
No, they would just kind of dribble out.
Yeah. Now, for bullet hits, squibs are great, but you need some nice meaty squibs. And you can do some funny stuff. I'm thinking like Django Unchained squibs. Those are like, woo.
I mean, Tarantino
Meaty
is
squibs.
fucking wild. Is fucking wild with squibs. He goes ape
Yeah.
shit with them.
With squibs and with ratchet pulls. There's everybody probably remembers this shot where I think it's on Leonardo DiCaprio's wife. Like Django shoots her from the top of the stairs, and she just flies straight at a straight angle backwards into the library. That's a wire pull. Like that lady is standing in that doorway waiting for her wire gag. Pop the squib, and she just gets yoinked back into the room. And it makes no fucking sense based on physics, but it looks gnarly because you're like, holy shit, that lady's gone.
Bye.
But like, yeah, I think the only thing to be careful about is squibs. I learned this from Corridor is because squibs are explosive, you can't do them with your arms crossed over you, and you can't do them with people in front or like if you're doing through and through behind you, because there is a little bit of explosive propellant. You need to make sure that your limbs don't actually get hit, and you want to make sure you don't hit any of the other people taking the squib hits. So that's why there is the iconic 80s squib shot of the guy like arms splayed just going jerking back and forth as they like are all in his chest and there's nobody around him, because that's the safest way to do the squib hits.
Makes sense.
And also, honestly, why a lot of studios don't do squibs anymore, because one, you can do CG. Though remember, if you rush CG, it'll be shitty, so don't do that. Pay your VFX people, give them enough fucking time. But it's also because you can get a lot more creative with the angles and stuff if you use VFX than you can when using actual real-ass explosive. It's also why blanks are going out of favor, even though most VFX studios can't make a muzzle flash to save their life.
Listen, I remember what happened to fucking Brandon Lee.
Yeah, no. You want to use caution, but you should also like make sure that you can, keep up with the appearances. Muzzle flashes are kind of a big deal, and you need to make sure you're lighting. Basically, I've plugged them before, but if you're interested in the VFX angle, not just like the tropes angle and stuff, but like look at the VFX stuff, look up Corridor Crew. That's Corridor Digital's alternate channel. Corridor Digital, who has made many great meme videos you probably remember, like Nerf TF2, Nerf Overwatch, Nerf John Wick. Big fan of that one. Also plenty of other stuff. They've they did another one, anime fidget spinners. Love that one. Anime self-driving cars is pretty funny too. But they do a lot of these like VFX heavy, short films on the internet. But they have a crew channel where they one of their big series is VFX artists and stuntmen react, and it's just they literally sit on the couch and they look at VFX shots and stunt shots, special effects stuff, practical effects, and just break them down. They break down good ones, bad ones. They have a whole sub-series on Bollywood films, which is wild because we've talked about this before. Speaking about like how different places are different, right? Like in Japan, we talked about how I feel like Japan is much easier about, oh, this is a straight up visual homage. Like this is just Dragon Quest, right? Bollywood, they do not care about whether something looks fake. They are here to sell you the effect 100%.
Sounds about right.
Like we talked about the famous shot of like the guys doing the fucking palm tree springboard thing, right?
Yeah.
Parts of it look fake as hell. By the way, they've broken down the shot on one of their videos. You should go look it up. But they are really like, nah, dude, these guys, they rode a fucking palm tree through the air in a barrel formation and popped out and fucking fought like 50 dudes. And you're like, that is correct. That is what happened on screen.
That's what I wanted to see. I'm okay with this.
Yeah. And lots of other like crazy special effects that you're like, that's nuts. How do they do this? So yeah, go check them out. The internet is full of cool things where you can learn about stuff. Like,
oh yeah,
I have learned so much about like how different medias and genres. Like a lot of this music shit, I've gotten them from, like I said, like watching Todd in the Shadows and Sideways and stuff. Like, just go cruising on YouTube, find some nice video recommendations, drill down. Do a little bit of critical thinking, learn a little bit about the process. You learn a lot. And honestly, I genuinely think that by learning a lot, my voice is starting to die because we've been doing this for 3.5 hours.
You like to talk.
Well, the trope talk thing got me excited. I like tropes.
Yes, you do.
I like talking about action. But just do a little critical thinking, do a little drilling down, and I think you will appreciate the highs more, and you will be more accepting of the lows, right?
Right.
Like like I said, like now that Red, like I said, kind of pointed out, oh yeah, Uncle Onomaru died off screen. I'm like, okay, but why did they do that? Oh, right. Why would they couldn't have the actors lay down on the outside? It's the middle of the day in Tunisia. It's fucking hot. It's sandy, right?
Right.
Of course they wouldn't do that. So they just threw some prop skeletons out there, and arguably that's way more fucking iconic that they're fucking burned up skeletons. I still remember that. That's that's pretty. But like, just take a little bit of time, look at these things, and you can learn a lot about critical analysis. Like, I learned some things that I some things I'm like, I can't forgive. Like, I learned that I don't ever want to watch the movie adaptations of Cats or Les Mis, because the director who made them is a fucking madman. Having his orchestra, like, live compose for hours at a time to what the actors did on set, which is, like, nuts.
Who? No.
Like, literally, this is left in the special features for Les Mis, but they had the revolutionary technique that Tom Hooper did was he had the cast stage read. So they're mic'd up, and they do their singing live on stage to the other actors, which does have benefits. They do talk about, like, if you did ADR, you would make your acting decisions months before you were on set with a person, so, like, That's cool. Okay. But, like, they didn't, like, coach the actors and force them to stick to the orchestrated music. They composed the orchestral stings, and they did the music afterward with the orchestra, and they had to have the orchestra adjust the music on the fly to match up with how the actors sung the parts, and they were in these sessions for hours, and these are in the behind-the-scenes footage. And it's like, I'm like, holy shit, you should never do that. The people in the orchestra are humans too, okay? They should not be working 9 hours to match up the fucking sheet music with what your actors did. Your actors should have like drilled your actors a little harder to make them, keep up with the sheet music. But because they're fucking Russell Crowe and Hugh Jackman, you probably didn't do that. Now that I'm saying that, like, I don't think Russell Crowe and Hugh Jackman would have been up to it, like, if you've ever seen Hugh Jackman talk about getting fucking shredded for a part, actors do some heavy lifting, okay? They do some fucking prep work. But, like, you need to make sure as your studio you drill down on your actors and you have them do the correct prep work. I don't think Hugh Jackman needed to look super fucking dehydrated. He needed to be able to sing his songs correctly. It's the same thing with Cats. I am an unabashed stan for Cats the Musical. I also am an unabashed stan for the poet T.S. Eliot and his original book of poems Cats is based on. So, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. But, like, the way they shot that film was so fucking weird. They didn't use, like, traditional mocap suits. They had, animators go back and track everybody and hand animate it. The fucking fur technology and all that. They had a lot of their actors, they talked about how they had their actors on, like, 5 different versions of the audio track. Like, sometimes they were just listening to the click track, which is just the click to the beat. Sometimes they were listening to the original orchestral. Sometimes they were listening to the orchestral with the click track. And sometimes they were just freeballing it from memory. And it's just, that's not how you do musical theater. It's just not. And that may be how you do movies, but, like, don't, though. It's bad. It's a bad idea. Don't watch Cats the movie. Watch the recording of the stage play made in, like, the 90s, which is all on YouTube in parts.
I've seen it. It's good.
Yeah. And if you watch it, you will understand, what Cats is about, which is like, yeah, Cats is a little horny. It's a little silly.
I'm about to say, it's not the best, but it's good.
No, it's a theater musical, and like the music is actually really good in a lot of places. Like I some of those are pretty earwormy. Also, as a technical achievement, speaking about, like, inside baseball, you will understand if you watch it why Cats is considered one of the most demanding musicals you can perform. You think, oh, it's just Cats. No, you don't understand. Watch the choreo. These poor people doing this. The one that always comes to mind for me is Mungo Jerry and Rumpelteazer. It's a duet. So you've got the two characters, the titular characters, doing it. And at one point, they do the fucking, link arms and whatever, and they do the fucking double cartwheels together across the stage. And I'm like, holy shit, God, can you imagine the practice and athleticism? Shit, dude. It's hard work. There's a lot of dancing Cats. Serious business. Speaking of, like, unashamedly liking things and to way roll this back and not giving a fuck. Yeah, I unironically love Cats. Fight me.
I'm not.
It's both catchy and a technical achievement. But yeah, I think that's kind of like talking about like our just like I said, go down, drill down your hobbies, explore some stuff, have some fun. We had just a setup session of Star Wars, so I don't think there's anything to break down there other than that currently Star Wars is turning into an extension of my research hole. I have fallen in holes about party planning. I have fallen into holes about music. I had to write about the dinner hour, so I fell into a hole about how the fuck the fancy dinners work. Technically, you will be going to a 6-course dinner, but because hors d'oeuvres will be served earlier during the cocktail hour and the dessert bar is later, there will only be 4 courses served during the dinner hour.
I understood that somehow enough.
I did not like drill deep enough. I was not a complete madman to make a literal fucking menu. I just like threw out some cool Star Warsy ideas for what you guys may find at your meal hours. But like, yeah, sense. No. Because, when the setting is like a big gala party, like if there's a ball, I have to like, okay, we have to think, right? Like, what's the sound going to be like? I have to describe this to the audience and to the players. So we collectively talked about how like, so we're going for like, definitely like maybe a little country, maybe a little bluesgrassy, but definitely you and I were both pretty keen on the jazz, big band, like heavy brass, right?
Yes.
Big on the brass. Classic, swing jazz, big band jazz kind of a thing. Like I said, a little bit of like for the actual band playing, like I said, a little rockabilly, a little bluesgrassy, very acoustic guitars. Not a lot of, even though this is a sci-fi setting, not leaning heavy on the electrical instrumentation.
No, you gotta remember, Star Wars is kind of this weird analog future kind of thing.
Yeah. Like, we know that bands playing with space electric guitars exist, but I think you and I both kind of decided, and none of the other players objected. Or tried to be in on this world building. So, guess what? What we say goes.
That's how it works.
That acoustic was definitely the way to go.
Like I said, we are also, like, super outer rim. We don't have all that newfangled stuff.
Yeah.
Heck.
And then because I was talking about the music I was thinking of, we literally got distracted. Like, I super swerved Loth into the distraction hole because I was like talking about specific songs from specifically from Fallout 3's soundtrack, but like that is the tone of music we are going for.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those are really, really catchy. It's not just I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. There's also Let's Go Sunning, Civilization, Bongo, 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 I Don't Want to Leave the Jungle. Very appropriate for Soho Live. But like I carry that aesthetic into like, okay, we will not be lingering at dinner, but I have to describe dinner. What the fuck are you eating? How does it work? I had to once again go to my old favorite. I had to look up the menus for Galaxy's Edge at Disney World, which are published. Thank Christ. Lucky, did you know there's space zucchini? It's called Zuki. It's just zucchini, but they dropped some letters, so it's space. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll steal it.
Okay, so clearly we've been doing this wrong. Instead of just adding space to everything, we need to drop characters. Instead
of potato, it's just potat.
That sounds legit. That really sounds legit. Yeah.
So I hope you're ready to get your selection of various seafoods and also possibly fried frog rooster strips on mashed potatoes. There's gonna be a lot of fruit also. There's a salad course. Fruit salad will be available. Also some other salads. Still prawn salad. Talk about soups. Like I said, I did a little bit of research just so I wasn't talking complete nonsense. This is what we call write what you know. If you don't know, do a little bit of research.
Yes.
This was like all of my world building for Gensakai. I was like, all right, cultures have food and clothes and music. How the fuck does that work? And I dug way too deep on some of those. But I have already talked way too long about those in past What's Ups, so you should go check those out. We've been going for about 3.5 hours, Lucky. 3 hours and 40 minutes, really. Do you have anything else to shout out to the people real quick? Well, not real quick. You can talk as long as you like if I don't have to talk. But I don't think I got much more talking left in me. is what I'm saying.
Me, I could talk about anime that I watch. I think that's the only real thing because I really haven't been playing much of video games. Actually, no. Do you want to talk about Voice of the Cards a little bit? I know.
Oh yeah, that's right. We missed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. The demo for Voice of the Cards is out. We both played it.
Yep.
Like
I know. Did I talk about it last What's Up? Did I?
A little, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like I said, this is from the creative minds of Yoko Taro and has your boy Keiichiro. Oh, what's his last name? I can't remember his fucking last name. On composers as well, but basically they're just making a traditional turn-based JRPG using cards. Like I said, I was slightly what's the word I want to say? Led astray, I guess I want to say, because I thought this would probably be like...
Yeah, the way the trailer was presented and the way you first saw it, you were like, oh, is there like a deck building mechanic? Do we like collect cards? No. It's just I mean, actually, it's kind of funny. The way it's aesthetically presented is literally the narrator is the game master, and it's basically like, imagine you're playing D&D, but for some reason, instead of like hex tiles you're flipping over, it's cards. It's all cards.
Yeah, it's like you're playing some sort... It's like, even like when you get into battle, it looks like, you're on a game board. So,
yeah, literally the game board comes down, slams down over the map square, and you like lay out all your cards. And you got your little box on the side for crystals, which are your like resource for special attacks and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So aesthetically, I do dig this. Like, I do. But I just feel like I was maybe like it's a bit of a missed opportunity or whatnot. I don't know.
Yeah, and we don't... The demo is all set up. It's all prologue, right?
Right.
Like, the dragon doesn't show up until you literally complete the tutorial quest. So, I don't know how in-depth everything gets. Honestly, like, the 3 characters we saw seemed pretty simple. You had the, like, the woman mage is kind of like mixed magic. Like, she has, like, basic spell attack, fireball, and heal. And then you have, like, the dedicated mage, kind of like a black mage type, where he doesn't even have a basic attack. His only basic action is generate a crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need crystals for spells. And then there was Big Buff Warrior guy. He was big and buff.
Much smash.
I do kind of like that, like, there's no separate mana resource. It's just like, no, you just have your pool of gems. You generate, like, 1 gem every turn you take. Other abilities generate more gems, so as you stockpile gems, you can do bigger abilities. It's fine. There's elemental weaknesses and stuff, all that. So, like, there's definitely some depth to the mechanics. There were some, like, status effects. I love that they said your card can only be affected by 1 status effect at a time.
Mm-hmm. So,
but definitely, like, I played it. I love the aesthetics. I do kind of agree with you. I feel like it could be a little. You could have gone a little harder.
No, so I probably still will be picking up and playing because, like I said, here's the thing. I don't feel like it's going to be a JRPG that sucks up way too much fucking time. I feel like it.
Probably not. The prologue was pretty clean to play. I mean, like, there are random encounters, but the virtue of the card thing is you get to basically see, like, the length and breadth of your local map, right?
Yeah, and there's, like, ways that you can, like, jump around and stuff, and
there's a pseudo fast travel.
So no, like, I think I will pick it up and whatnot, but I'm still excited for it because, like I said, it's another work from the whatever the fuck the mind is of Yoko Taro. Like, something's gonna fucking happen.
And I felt like from, like, the aesthetics and some of the plot tropes, like, there were definitely some opportunities for some interesting stuff to come up, maybe some interesting deep cuts, you know. Like, you're sent out on a very cookie cutter quest. Like, the queen literally calls you up and is like, yo, the royal treasure has been stolen. It's what is it? Oh, it's a bottle of medicine. And then you fight the skeleton who stole it, and it's like, you will not have it. And I'm like, gee, what did we really do just now? Oh wait, shit, there's a dragon. Fuck.
Yeah.
Like, that's the plot twist at the end, is a horrible dragon has shown up. That's explaining why there's all these monster attacks. But, like, there's a lot of different stuff with characters. You literally collect character profiles for the characters. There's, like, generic man, old woman, blacksmith. And then if you do certain things, you unlock the reverse side, which has just random fluff story bits on it. I'm sure that's where all the weird Yoko Taro stuff's going to happen. Because you can collect them for enemies, too. So, like, there's definitely some depth and I think some interesting storytelling opportunities. But just raw mechanically, it's a JRPG with a neat aesthetic.
Yeah.
I'll, see what people say when the full game comes out. I'll keep it in mind. I would love to talk about. Actually, well, I shouldn't move on. Do you have anything else further to say about it? I don't think you do because you talked about it last.
No, I will say I do like the art design though. I really like the art
yes,
design.
art design's really good. I like that the demo has dual audio.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately switched to Japanese.
Listen, I love the game narrator. Like I listen to both. I love the game narrator in Japanese. It's just more smooth, I think.
Yeah, they go for a smooth, which is very funny when he's being like, good job, do your best, watch out. But it's great. But no, I talked about this. I tried to get in the open beta for Battlefield 2042. The open beta is not open. It's only for EA Play members right now, I'm pretty sure. I'll probably check back maybe later tonight. But cool. Can't tell you anything about that, though. Good job, EA. Great way to call it an open beta, but just make it an ad for EA Play. Neat. I love you. Shocking you won, worst company like 2 years in a row.
Oof.
And to be fair, that's not even as bad as some of the things where people have been upset about EA. But I'm definitely like, all right, guys, come on. You could just have called it a closed beta and made it only available for those people.
Mm-hmm.
Not like try to shill me into EA Play by pretending it's the open beta. Whatever. I'm not super interested because it's multiplayer only. But I have played some Battlefield games. I do like them. I just want to see what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dread is out. We're not playing it yet, though. Maybe we'll pick it up through with our backlogs, but we'll never be. We're so doomed. There's that fucking, that other RPG I'm watching I need to check out.
Astray Ascending?
Yeah. Like I said, I think I'm going to wait for a physical release on that one, but just because that gives me more time to do other things. But if I need it, it's digital. I can just pick it up right now. I just am like, no, don't do that. You're out here going back and playing Melody of Memory when you need to be Deathlooping more, son. We should mention Kena a little bit. We played it on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so if y'all thought that first stream had boss fights, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. That second stream, that was all boss. It was an all boss fight, but we were in that boss fight for a while. And I say we because we both took turns. Like I literally did so many tries. I was like, damn, dude, my hands are getting sore. And you were like, want to let me run? I'm like, yeah, take it from me for a second.
I think ultimately that did help. That did help because I definitely did not beat the boss because input lag is a bitch, yo. I think it definitely showed some things of because I was actually gonna mention this. Omega, you really do favor long range tactics, which is fair. You don't want to get hit, but boy, how do you love using that bow?
Yeah. Ever since they gave me a ranged attack, I think it's just my nature is I'm more cautious.
Yeah.
You are not afraid to just be like, fuck it, jump in, hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I'm like, the game wants me to run in and hit him, but I don't know whether it's like Kena in general or just a lot of these games. I'm just like, all right, hold back. What does this guy do? I do a lot of long-range probing, and you can kind of do that boss fight that way, but that makes the boss fight take way longer and leaves you way more opportunities to fuck up. So, together we basically learned from watching you try it that, this guy actually can't hit you if you're really up in his grill. So, going aggro is way better and faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of like combined our knowledge. I combined our powers of like your aggro strategy with my ability to not have input lag and also be, thus be accurate with the dodge rolls. Because I think we've determined that Kena does not have iframes. Just the dodge roll hitbox is basically pixel perfect. If you dodge it, you dodge it. If you do not dodge it, you do not.
That's his life.
So. Basically combine those into a couple of quick runs and we're able to actually power through the boss pretty good at the end. But it definitely took some experimentation. I didn't really feel frustrated by it, but I was like, I immediately saw this fight. We did it a couple times and I was like, oh no, this is one of those boss fights. This is just, we're just going to do this until we figure out what's best and get it down. Because like the man straight up has a second phase, right?
Yeah, it does.
Where he completely changes his behavior. So I'm like, okay, there's a learning opportunity here. Kena's still exciting. We're probably, unless this is somehow the last mask, we're probably going to be doing it for 2 more streams if we want to come do it completely. And even then, maybe some. So we'll get onto Alan Wake in time for Spookin'. We'll get to Alan Wake before the month is over, I'm sure. If I have to play Kena extra long, I don't know. But wow, Dread Axe you just beat? That's kind of compact. Though, I don't know. Have you been playing it like a madman the entire time? I know he only got... Dread only came out earlier this week. Though, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those games that can be short and sweet if you just put the time in, you know? I bet it is. But yeah, no. So we'll keep on Kina. 13 hours. That's pretty respectable in a week's worth of time. Very manageable. That's nice to know that it's nice and clean, though. I don't know. Maybe if you're... I don't know how big a Metroid stan you are, Axe. I don't know if I would be able to Metroid that either.
Like I said, there's something to be said about good but quick games, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Was it just yesterday? I thought it was longer than that.
No, it was just yesterday. That's why everyone, like, if you go to our games, that's why everyone's been losing their mind for the past 24 hours.
All right, so Axe has just not done anything else for 13 hours. That's impressive, but also reasonable. You know, brand new game. Got something to do. But no, what I was going to say was just, that is definitely a thing about certain games is just, right, like the... like, some different people jump into certain games have different different experiences. Like, I think both you and me can perfectly pick up a normal-ass JRPG and, like, yes, I understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Do attack. Do special. Track bars. Elemental weaknesses. And then action RPGs are usually a little different. Like, depending on how that RPG is set up, you might have a learning curve of, like, okay, what are my options here? Like, is this like a guard thing? Is this a dodge thing? You know, does he know about timed hits kind of a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Etc. But I think we said everything about cards, and we've talked about our other game subjects. So if you want to talk about some anime stuff, you can jam out about that for a little bit.
I'll jam out about a little bit, because we are still super fresh into the fall core. So some series have just not come out yet. Some are only hitting their second episode. Like only today, the second season of 86 had its second episode. I have not actually gotten to watch it, because I'm actually trying to catch up on some other things. But I am super fucking hyped for it. You guys do not understand. God, it's so good. 86 is one of those light novels which is easily digestible, but infinitely deeper than one would immediately assume. Like, it's a lot of things about hits on a lot of topics of, you know, human dignity and whatnot, and prejudices, discrimination, all that stuff. So it's super good, and like I said, I feel like they are taking up the animation a little bit this season. Like, first season was very good, very atmospheric, but I feel like after it was actually fairly popular, it was a fairly popular release, they might have actually put in a little bit more money into the budget.
Yeah, that's usually what happens, especially if we get that follow-up thing.
Yep. So that is super good. It's one of those ones that I'm going to highly recommend. Like I said, we're not even at episode 3. I'm still going to highly recommend.
I mean, it's the second season of something that came out. You can basically watch those first couple episodes and be like, yep, still the same show, doing good. Check it out.
So, also, as usual, we have our usual slew of isekais. It's a little wild, but we can't escape them. You can't escape them, son. Unfortunately, guys, I'm trying to tell you right now, unless you want something kind of brainless and kind of dumb, you probably should stay away from Shinkan no Mi, the Fruit of Evolution. While it is a fairly comedic isekai, the adaptation does not seem to be that great. They seem to be taking a lot of animation shortcuts and voice acting faux pas, I want to call them. I can't really necessarily... it's really hard for me to elucidate on that so far, and like I said, there's only one episode out right now. But like I said, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't have a great feeling about this one. So, if you want to watch it, but just be cautious. Be a little cautious. Another isekai we have one is, the world's greatest assassin reincarnated as a nobleman. I'm actually a little bit excited about this one. This one is... some people might know this one from the same guy who did Redo of Healer. Don't judge him for that. He was just a little bored and thought no one else was doing that one, so he decided to do a fucking weird, fucked up thing. All right, don't judge him. He actually does writes a lot of fucking light novels. Jesus, I was actually looking at their list earlier. They got like 12 different titles under their belt. Some of them I like. But World's Greatest Assassin, reincarnated as a nobleman. It's a standard isekai story with a little bit of a twist. Basically, an old man assassin gets killed by his organization because he's too cool for them. I don't actually know the reason. But basically a goddess who looks very, very... how do I want to say this? There's... You know how those women look in Regura's stuff? How they don't look evil, but you know there's something definitely off about them?
Ah, yes, okay, yeah, no, she's got a sinister air.
A sinister air, thank you. Yeah, a goddess with a sinister air basically picks him up and was like, hey, you died, but I can help you. I just need you to pick an option. Either you get reincarnated like normal, or you can go to this other world and have your memories. And the assassin is all like, so who do you want me to kill? And she's like, I'm glad you're quick on the uptake. I need you to kill the fucking hero. And I'm just like, interesting. So I've read the manga for this for a little bit, not actually the light novel. I might pick it up though and just read ahead because I'm an animal like that. But like, I like the premise, and the animation is not horrible. It's decent. It's pretty good. It's not the worst, but like I said, it's only one episode. Unfortunately, it does seem to have some very sexy heroine harem tropes, but I mean, at this point, what doesn't? I've just learned to live with it. Not sure how it does on the romance either. Like I said, he is an old man who gets reincarnated as a nobleman. I do think there might be some subplot of maybe him regaining his human emotions at some point because he was just a murder machine. And, you know, might eventually, you know, turn his fang against the goddess if some, like, things are to be, and that are implied or to be believed. But, I don't know. Like, I'm in for it. I'm excited about it. I'm going to keep watching it. I might read ahead. Other things that are surprisingly good. Vampire Arena, Vampire Cosmonaut, is actually something that, like, kind of hit me out of the blue. And I'm excited about it. Basically, the story is the not US and the not Russia are in a space race. And not Russia has been lying, trying to make everyone believe that they are doing super well, so they want to kind of kick not America's ass and get someone up in a human body up in space first. So, but because the problem with the dog that they sent up earlier, which was actually very tragic for them, they were very upset when the dog died, even though they lied to everybody. They decided that they would not actually send up any human test subjects, they would only send up objects. But how are they going to test whether or not the human can withstand it? They found something near human. They found a vampire. So now, this well, he's not really a dropout, but a low-tier candidate for their cosmonaut problem has now been given custody of their vampire, who for some odd reason wants to go to space. They haven't explained this, but you can already see that the vampire doesn't think much of humans, and is very prickly. So again, the animation is very solid. I like the themes and stuff. It's an interesting subject. You don't necessarily see a lot of things about, you know, space. Like, this is like we're literally combining, you know, the fucking 1960s space. Was it 1960s? It was like,
yeah, space race was the 50s and the 60s.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember my time on the sun. We don't usually deal with, like, yeah, it was the atomic era, with the atomic era fantasy stuff. It's very interesting. It's out there, and like I said, I think they're doing something pretty interesting here. So, another thing I watched Talk the Destiny OP, which apparently is based off a gacha game? Is it? I think it was based off a game. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Talk the OP mobile game. But it's based off of the mobile game, but boy howdy everyone, it's being animated by Madhouse and Mappa, so this shit looks amazing. Oh god, and the fucking OP is done by Ro of Supercell, which haven't released a fucking anime OP since 2012. I'm like, no, I'm there. I don't care about anything else. I'm just like, I'm here for the music, because they basically it's cute girls fighting monsters while fucking orchestral music plays in the background. It's fucking rad. Listen, I'm not here for the story or for like the moment. I'm like, just play me some orchestra music and show some cute girls kicking ass with sick ass animation. That's all I need. I'm great. I'm there. Let's see, what else have I watched? There's more things I need to watch. I actually got to double check to see where some things are showing up. The second season of Demon Slayer has not started yet. And like I said, I'm not watching Jobless Reincarnation because I read the light novel and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I have other things I need to do.
Yeah.
So I'm watching a couple fetish anime, which is the only thing I can fucking call them because that's what they are. One Ganbare Doki-chan, which is Doki just literally means coworker, by the way, is basically one of those 6-minute anime shorts in which Doki-chan tries to seduce her male coworker and fails horribly. There's a lot of shots of her in pantyhose and of feet, because guess what? It's by that guy who likes pantyhose and feet. You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember his name to save my life.
Well, what can you do?
What can you do? The other one I'm watching is Tarawa on Monday Season 2, which is weird because Crunchyroll does not have Tarawa on Monday Season 1, which is weird. I don't understand this. But it's okay.
That is definitely weird.
But it's usually a younger girl into an older man, and usually she has huge jugs. It's usually pretty wholesome and sweet, and it's not all just, not all just, what's the word I want to say? Sexual tension. And it's actually quite funny in places, too. I actually quite enjoy it. It's very soothing. Apparently, the intent of it was people to read it on Monday and be relaxed and, have a positive mood. And I was actually reading, I'm like, no, I actually can totally see how this works. I feel better. I got to see a girl with big judge and some fluffy romance. This is exactly what I needed on my Monday. Lovely. As someone did mention in the chat, I have also started watching Restaurant to Another World. It's also just food and fantasy. I'm like, do you really need any more? No, you don't. It's good. I don't necessarily think it's going to have any wild story bits or whatnot. It's just going to be every week we're going to have a new food. We're going to have some people show up. They're going to eat. Everyone's going to have a good fucking time. It's great. Right now, actually, on my PS5 right now, I have Sakugan on. I have not, fully watched it, so I can't necessarily explain what is going on that, but I'll get to that eventually, as I keep flying through these pink fluffs. I don't know why. But
I feel like I feel like fucking Yoshi's Island music should be playing as you do that. Touch fuzzy, get dizzy, everybody. As you just fly through this weird fuzzy pink light.
I was working on my Beast Quest.
Who knows?
I was working on my Beast Quest, and I got distracted when I started talking about anime. Ugh.
Yeah, it happens.
All right, but what else have I watched? I feel like I've watched something else, and I can't remember what it is. Let me actually hang on. PS5 controller, where you be? Where you at, fam? Hey, whoa.
Just hold up your hand and shout, "I have the power."
I wish. Oh, there it is. It's over there. Listen, if I was at...
Someday we'll load controllers with superconducting electromagnetism, and you can just be like, "Controller here," and it flies to your hand.
Let me see here. I can definitely check my recently watched on here. Let's see here.
I definitely need that with my TV remote.
Despite
being the only
yep, Kara no Kyokai is. I'm sorry, I am at Crunchyroll seeing Fate and more Fate, and it's just at the end. Yep, there's Kara no Kyokai.
Yep.
Let's see here. Just updated. Let's see. Recently. Yeah, no, okay, so that was it from Crunchyroll. Let me swap over to Funimation here real quick and see what I still watch there. Unfortunately, this is one of those things I realize I have to do. I actually have to go, when a new season's come out, I actually have to go sit down and find out where things are streaming and how, and if I'm gonna have to actually fucking pirate shit. Because sometimes I just, okay, that's what I watch. I knew, okay, that's what it was. Miroko-chan. This is a... Technically, I call it a horror. But it's not really a horror. It's kind of actually hilarious. So, Miroko-chan is basically about a high school girl who can suddenly see ghosts, and the way that she deals with them is pretends not to see them. And it's kind of hilarious because basically they will show up anywhere, and she always has this kind of internal internal panic moment, but she has to, you know, keep her poker face or she'll get murdered. This series actually kind of started off as a series of like kind of like, you know, singular episodic things, but which eventually branched out into a full storyline. So I'm kind of excited about it. I love the name Mieruko-chan because Mieru just means basically you know, to see.
Yeah, that's the verb of seeing.
Mm-hmm. So it's that, but other than that, no, I don't think I've watched any. There's a lot of things out that I haven't touched, like this Selection Project, Tesla Note, Warrior at the Borderline.
Is Tesla Note like Death Note, but when you write somebody's name, they buy a Tesla from Elon Musk?
Let's see here. The short is Genius Nikola Tesla preserved records of all his inventions inside Tesla shards. Now agents Botan and Kurama are recruited to cover them. That sounds like something fucking Tesla would do.
Neat. Not as funny as the thing I said, but actually could be interesting.
Hmm. I have not watched Fina Pirate Princess. It's on my list of things to watch, but since there's so much out of it, it's hard for me just to sit down and watch things. It really is. Yeah,
so binging is cool. I love when you can binge. If there's too much to binge, that's rough. Like when you realize, oh shit, I have a lot of content to that. That can be daunting, you know. That's in webcomics anyway. We used to call that archive panic when you find a new webcomic and you realize, oh shit, there's like 500 of this or 1,000. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, like I want to watch it. I do. There's so many things I need to finish. I need to finish watching. Oh god, let's see. What am I on? I need to finish My Next Life of a Villainous. I need to finish fucking Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai. I need to start The Faraway Paladin because that is going to be the shit. I love the manga. I wish I could read the light novel. I need to finish The Great Jahi Will Not Be Defeated. Fuck One Piece. Fuck One Piece, guys. I'm gonna say it straight up. I'm not starting One Piece. I will never start One Piece. I will die. Because that's the thing. I'll start One Piece. I'll be dead before I finish it. Fuck. How do people do?
Archive panic.
Let's see here. I need to finish Miss Kobayashi's Maid Dragon. I need to start Fina Pirate Princess. Look, Princess. I don't even know if I want to finish Battle Game in 5 seconds. It seems so weird. I don't know. I think someone has to extra sell me on it. Oh shit, we got Golden Boy on? Oh yes, we got Golden Boy on here. I just want to watch Golden Boy now. Listen, fuck, apparently, what does discotheque mean? Does it just mean, like, I don't know.
Discotheque?
Yeah.
That's just dance club, I believe.
Yeah, no, Crunchyroll just has a listing that has, like, discotheque day on, and it has, like, a bunch of weird things. Like, it has Chargeman Ken, Robot Carnival, Kaiba, Bludgeoning Angel Dokuro-chan, the Urusei Yatsura movies, Golden Boy, Hajime no Ippo, Tenho Tenge, City Hunter, Captain Harlock, Kimikure Orange Road, and Giant Gorge. I'm all like, I don't understand.
Maybe they mean is it spelled with a K?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a company that does localization. So maybe that's what?
Oh, maybe they all do, maybe they do the localization for all these. Okay.
I'm an idiot.
But no, like I said, I gotta go finish Sakugan, and I gotta go watch Platinum End. I got like so much. I need to watch. I believe
what they currently are billed at is they are they license rescue old retro anime mostly.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Okay.
It's very ironic, by the way. Did you find this Discotheque collection on Funimation or Crunchyroll?
Crunchyroll.
Okay. Because in the Wikipedia article I looked up, Funimation is first on the list of companies that Discotheque license rescues from. Very funny. But yeah, no.
No, but let's see here. Honestly, yeah, no, once we get done here, I'll probably call it a day on Final Fantasy 14. And I don't know. Fuck. Unfortunately, I'm in this weird position. If I'm only doing one thing, I feel like I'm not doing anything, and I need to do something else.
Yeah, I sometimes have that issue. I like to multi.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you like at least I don't have that impulse when I played Melody of Memory. That's just full blown. No, I plug my headphones into my fucking controller. I am listening to music right now. All parts of my brain are working very hard. But there are other times when I'm doing stuff where I'm just like, I feel like I'm not hitting my potential, you know?
Mm-hmm. But, so, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Like, along with the fuck of list of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragon Maid cards that I need to get, I'll just make a list of anime where I can watch and where I am. That's what I need to do. I need to organize. Organize!
Get some 3-ring binders.
Get some 3 rebind. Well, yeah. Well, I got the plastic cards on the way. The protectors. Yeah,
That's not what I meant. I meant about organizing.
Yes. Get some 3 binders. Just, I'll call it, like, you know, I'll put, like, the anime watch list. Because that's the thing. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of things from like previous courses I missed just because, you know, Funimation or Crunchyroll didn't pick them up, and I didn't think about looking on Amazon Prime or Netflix for them.
Yep.
Because like I said,
yeah, I mean that happens. That's like okay, market diversity. It's cool. We've talked about this,
yeah.
but like,
there's too much shit. There's
God,
too much
it's pain in the ass to track some of this stuff. This is why I literally follow a fan-run account called Netflix Anime. Every month they tweet. Netflix added these titles and dropped these titles. Thank you.
I need to go follow them. But
that is just what that Twitter account exists for. They just link you to a Google Doc that they update that lets you know what anime is on Netflix, what anime is coming off Netflix, and when it goes on. I'm just like, that's fine.
This is hella fine.
I will personally leave us off with in our Discord. I have posted another funny haha map. I like to do these occasionally. It's a map of the U.S., but with all the consonants missing from the first letter of the states. So, you know, enjoy Pennsylvania, New York, Lowrider.
By the way, Carlos, I was shilling fucking Welcome to Demon School Irma-kun before anybody else. I read that fucking manga a long time ago, and I was the hypest when they got the anime adaptation. I read that manga weekly. Yeah, I'm hipster about that shit.
I remember that. Lucky was about that one.
Mm-hmm.
If you want his thoughts, go back in the backlog and figure it out. We definitely won't be hurting for your views. That's an interesting Twitter psyche. I will not read out what it was, but it may be displayed on screen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of joke Twitter. Twitter's interesting. But also Twitter might not be real. As a tweet I retweeted earlier from somebody tweeted. It was just Twitter isn't real, and I was like, correct, retweet.
That's a little ironic. I think that's how irony works.
It's that is absolutely ironic, saying Twitter isn't real on Twitter. But also, very funny, very appropriate.
And then immediately retweeting said tweet.
Yeah. I saw it, I read it, I interpolated it, I was like, correct, smash retweet. It's just like that one you posted about philosophy. I was like, yes, this is accurate.
I still love it, but now that you mentioned the thing about how Skilla is actually dogheads, I'm just all like, I feel offended slightly. I don't know where I heard it that Skilla was serpent heads, or tentacles, but what is mythology?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I think that may have been a classic movie monster render. They went with like the Hydra thing. No, it is definitely. I mean, somebody in our patron chat showed the urn. No, it's definitely like tentacle legs and dog heads. Some people have also said that she might have a shark theme because of some etymology shit, but like, I don't fucking know.
Dog shark. So.
But all right, we are at 4 hours and 12 minutes. I don't think we should stall for 8 minutes just to get to one of the funny haha numbers.
I think we're good. I think we're fine. That's just gonna go down anyway.
We already talked about Snoop Dogg already, okay?
That we did.
If you don't remember us talking about Snoop Dogg, or you weren't here for it in the live stream, go back. You'll find it. It's there somewhere in 4 hours.
This person is dead underneath the bench. This is why we go to Limsa Laminsa.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I think with Lucky completing his anime list, we are in the wraps up, and we should be going. So, yeah, outros.
Outro.
Alrighty. So, if you liked this video, be sure to give it a like on YouTube. Feed your algorithm gods. Uh-oh. You've been slacking. 14 viewers, only 11 likes. Somebody's being lazy. Imagine if they had the Batman shirt. But yeah, drop us a like. algorithmically tap up whatever this is. Whatever this content is, let YouTube know you like it, and let us know you like it. If you have any comments, you can leave in the comment section down below, or you can join our Discord. Link is always in the video description and on our channel page. You can join our Discord, and you can see us post weird things like Omega posting a map of the United States, but with all the first letters missing. You know, Lucky, we'll see you in Ashington. It's right next to Regon and Daho.
I'm sorry.
But,
I kind of want to.
Cool.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Avada.
Yeah, Avada. Avada Kedavra. Rizona's pretty funny too. And also, Texas isn't that different. It's just Exus.
Exus. New Jersey.
New Jersey. Yeah, all the news become you. I love it. There's Massachusetts. Great. You should see this thing if you haven't. I like Arkansas is literally now Arkansas.
Oh my God, Michigan has become Ichigan.
Hey, you got something in a soda. All right. We're not going to be here, but like this is why you should join our Discord so you too can see this map that I posted. If you are new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. Get our subs up. I don't know whether it'll be at like 35 or like 4K or whatever. We'll see what we, Zoom tooth stew, but it wasn't English, but whatever. I'll keep going. Wherever we go recently, I did talk about how I would like to do an endurance stream for the OG Jack and Daxter Precursor Legacy if we get closer to some sub goals and some stuff. So consider subbing to us. Drive us to do that. And also other funny things. If you're subbed, you can always get access to our latest videos and streams. And even if you're already subscribed, make sure to ring that bell for notifications so you always know when we post a new video or when we stream. Sometimes I post videos at weird times. Other times we stream, and when you want to be known when we're going live. It's great. Check it out. You can also support our channel memberships by hitting the join button or the link below. Get access to membership badges, emotes, and that special shout-out stream. I already see some of our channel members slamming some emotes in chat. Check it out. It's cool. And, of course, like we said at the front of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to the audio version of this podcast, downloadable for as little as $1 a month or $10 a year. At higher levels, listen to all our shows live, get access to videos early, lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out. So, I think that's everything. Alrighty. We outie.
We outie. See you next time.
Mic drop.